This program comes to you by electrical transcription. The Treasury Star Parade. With Danny Kaye, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus, and Frederick March as master of ceremonies. Our slogan, Millions for Defense.
Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom is what we're selling. Any bonds today?
This is Frederick March, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the new series of programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. And now I want you to meet one of my favorite entertainers, one of the newest, brightest, most talented stars of our theater today, a young lad named Danny Kaye. And if you've never heard him, you've got a real treat in store for you. We're glad to have you with us, Danny.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Fred.
I've just been telling the audience what a great comedian you are, Danny.
Oh, thank you very much. Does that mean I have to tell the audience what a great dramatic actor you are?
Well, well, don't you think I'm a good actor? Well, what? Come on, what's wrong with my acting?
Well, shall I tell him? Well, confidentially, Fred, your acting is, swell. Only you haven't been taught by the right method, you see.
What do you mean?
Well, haven't you ever heard of Stanislavski?
Well, sure I have, but what does he do?
He's dead.
Is that bad?
But he, my dear Mr. March, had a special school of acting.
What was special about it?
Well, some time ago he founded the Moscow Art Theater and introduced a revolutionary theory of acting, which has since become known as the Stanislavski method. Let me give you a picture of one of his disciples. Who is the world's greatest actor? And how did I get that way? Who made me a genius, the greatest projector who ever wore a toupee? Who made me most miserable Hamlet, the deadest Romeo who died for his bride? Who made me most awful Dr. Jekyll, and then made me high? Stanislavski of the Moscow Theater, Stanislavski. I will never forget the day I first met the great master. He took me by the hand and beat my head against the wall. And in one word, he told me the secret of the great Stanislavski method. Suffer! That's all. Suffer! You must live before you give. Suffer! You must ache before you make. Suffer! You must think before you stink. Suffer! 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 Hello. Suffer! And the audience suffers with you. Stanislavski. I will never forget the day they give me first part to play. I'm supposed to play part of sailor. But first I must suffer. What I'm going to do. I join Navy, become sailor. First day out, big storm. At first I was afraid I was going to die. Then I was afraid I wasn't going to die. But I suffered. I came back to Moscow, and in this part, I was wowed. Here's what the great critic, George Jean Yasha Sasha Vladimir Nathan said. Господин Горяченко, зачем это наша была хороша? Ты фрис красивый большой, а люди там тоже. Здравствуйте, нежит, сбейте, здравствуйте, нежит, брошь. Just like in America, 3.5 stars. Barrymore is an actor. Pooh. Evans is a Shakespeare. Pooh. Gielgud is a Schlemilgud, Coward is a cow. Lawton is a Norton, Orson Welles, he smells and how. So if you want career on stage, you mustn't dream of merely acting. Use the Stanislavski method of mental chiropractic. Be a tree, be a sled, be a purple spool of thread, be a storm, a piece of lace, a subway train, an empty space. Take it fast, take it slow. Hello, Mo. Hello, Joe. I just got back from a wonderful show. Stanislavski. I will never forget the day Brooks Atkinson said I stink. I was playing part of stable boy. It was a great Russian tragedy. It was beautiful. Everybody died. I also played part in great Russian comedy. Everybody died. But they died happy. This makes it funny. But I will never forget the day of my greatest triumph. I was playing part of Antique Mahogany Bureau. So convincing in the third act, my drawers fell out. And who was the man who loosened my screws? Who pulled me all apart? Stanislavski of the Mosky.
Well, no need to ask you whether you like that. But you know, every great comedian has a wistful strain in him somewhere. You've heard the comedy of Danny Kaye. Now I want you to see another side of Danny Kaye. Have you ever heard him sing the Irish folk song Molly Malone? Well, here it is.
In Dublin's fair city the girls are so pretty 'twas there that I first met sweet Molly Malone. She drove her wheelbarrow through streets wide and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. She was a fishmonger, and faith 'tis no wonder her mother and father were fishmongers too. They drove their wheelbarrow through streets wide and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that's all I know of sweet Molly Malone. Now her ghost drives her barefoot through streets wide and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and alive, alive, oh.
Thank you, Danny Kaye. And now we are proud to present one of the regular features of our Treasury Star Parade, starring Frederick March in The Average American.
I'm sorry, Martha. late for supper. Just thought I'd get down and take a look at the East 40. Grain down there ain't doing so good. Got rust on it. Funny thing, every year is something, Martha. Drought, hail, frost. Don't make no difference, but every year it's something. Makes a fellow wonder. Well, when I was younger, I could have been somebody. Pa was bent on sending me to school. Joe went, Harry went, even Esther. They all went to school and left the farm. And I guess they've done all right, all of them, except me. You know, funny thing, Martha, I never seemed to be able to get away to school. It always seemed too much to be done and not enough hands to do it. I get kind of tired sometimes, Martha. Not body tired, although now I'm older, I get that too, but tired inside. Tired of the never-ending work. So tired I just want to lie down and sleep forever. No, I ain't complaining, Martha, only sometimes I can't help thinking. Let me see the paper, will you? Look at this. Even the news, 2 days old. The truth about Pearl Harbor. Battle rages in the Far East. Russians attack along Eastern Front. Down here in the corner, Secretary of Agriculture says farmers will win the war. Now, what is he... America's first duty is to produce food. Food for ourselves and food for the Allied countries. America's first duty... Say, you see what it says here, Martha? America's first duty. You know, Martha, I went down tonight and looked at the East 40. Funny thing, I was standing there looking, all of a sudden a bird began to sing it. It sort of came up all at once out of the ground and began to sing. Pretty, too. And there was the sun going down, and I could smell the clean smell of earth. It's funny what that Secretary of Agriculture has to say. America's first duty is to produce food. Food for ourselves and food for the Allied countries. Say, I wonder, do you suppose Joe and Harry and Esther saw that? Funny what a little thing like that'll do to a man, ain't it, Martha? It makes you feel better inside. Not so tired anymore somehow. It makes a man feel, I don't know, somehow important. America's first duty is to produce food. Food for ourselves and food for the Allied countries. Well, that's the farmer they're talking about, Martha. The farmer!
The farmer knows what he must do, but today there are hundreds, thousands, millions of us, Americans everywhere, wanting to know what we can do. We, all of us, want to do as much as we can, as well as we can. To quote a great patriot, these are times that try men's souls. And our great desire is to give our time and talents and strength to the utmost, to ensure our ultimate victory. What can we do? I'll tell you. Do your job, and then do a little bit extra. It's the extra that counts. And best of all, there's one way we can all serve. Buy defense bonds and stamps. Budget a part of your income every week and join the Treasury payroll savings plan wherever you work. Invest in defense bonds and stamps. They mean the difference between victory and defeat. America is your country. Keep it yours. The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this performance. Mr. Frederick March, who acted as our master of ceremonies, Mr. Danny Kaye, whose material was written by Sylvia Fine and Max Lieberman, with Miss Fine at the piano. Orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman, writing by Hal Block, John Latouche, and Malcolm Meacham. Produced by William A. Bacher. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Hello. John?
Hello, Daddy. Come on down here with Snooks. We have a little surprise for you.
Well, we won't be down for some time.
Why?
I have to help her with something.
Homework?
No. I'm teaching her something.
What?
I'll tell you about it later.
Well, okay, but don't forget to come when you're through.
No, I won't. Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Daddy. Whatever he's teaching her, he sounds like he's ashamed of it.
All right, Snooks. Is the door closed?
Yes, Daddy.
Pull down the shade.
Why?
I don't want the nosy neighbors making remarks.
All right. Nobody can see now, Daddy.
Well, that's better. Now you can hand me my knitting.
Here.
I thought you were working on it all day. You haven't even started it.
It keeps slipping off the needles.
Well, you've got to tie the wool first.
Why?
Haven't you even learned how to cast on?
Huh?
Didn't I show you last night how to cast on, then knit 2, purl 2, and work plain and stockinette stitch until you came to the ribbing?
Mommy says your friends will give you that.
Give me what?
The ribbing.
Never mind your mummy. I don't expect a former female wrestler to know how to knit. Besides, what have I got to be ashamed of?
I don't know.
I started knitting when I was very young to relax my nerves. When I was 14, I was the head of a tatting club.
Was you a tomboy, Daddy?
No, I wasn't a tomboy. You want to learn how to make a sweater, don't you?
Uh-huh.
All right, then watch me.
Yeah, well, I'll watch.
Now, first you cast on.
Yeah.
Then you knit 2,
Yeah.
purl 2,
Yeah.
for 94 stitches. See?
Gee, you do it fast, Daddy.
Oh, this is nothing.
Yeah.
Look, I can keep knitting without looking, and I can keep talking to you and never... Uh-oh.
What happened?
I dropped a stitch.
Where? I don't see nothing on the floor, Daddy.
I didn't drop it on the floor.
Huh?
Oh, I'll have to rip this out again.
I want to rip it.
Snooks?
I want to rip it.
All right. But pull it easy so it doesn't come off the needle.
I'm learning how to knit, ain't I, Daddy?
Now, here. Let me see you try it. Take the needles.
All right. Look how fast I do it, Daddy.
You haven't got the wool on there.
How do they get wool, Daddy?
From the sheep. They cut that wool from the back of a sheep.
Oh, Daddy.
Don't you believe me?
Whoever saw a blue sheep?
Of course there aren't any blue sheep. The wool is white until it's dyed.
Does a sheep turn blue when it dies?
The wool is dyed. They make it any color they want.
Who does?
The dyer.
Who's he?
The man who dyes.
What does he die for?
What does he die for? To make a living, of course. How is the man going to live if he doesn't die?
Does he like to die, Daddy?
Why, certainly. I tried it myself a few years ago. I died for 2 years.
Do you feel better now?
I feel fine. Let's get that sweater underway. Now, come on, start knitting. I knit 2, purl 2, knit 2.
Don't tell me, let me do it myself.
All right, go ahead.
Knit, purl, 1, 2, knit, knit, purl, purl, 1 knit.
Oh, you've got it all tangled up. Now, look, you tie the wool on first.
Yeah,
Then you cross the needles like this.
yeah,
Then put 1 needle through.
yeah,
Hook the wool.
yeah,
Take it under.
yeah.
Then over. Now, there. Now you have a stitch.
Isn't that wonderful, Daddy?
Oh, sure.
When can I send it to the sailor?
The war will be over before you finish.
What war?
What war?
Yeah.
You mean you don't know who's fighting?
Well, you and Mother, you always...
That has nothing to do with the war. I'm talking about the armies.
Are you going to join the army, Daddy?
I'm going to register on February the 16th. And if they accept me, I'll be proud to do my duty.
Well, who's going to do the knitting?
There'll be plenty of people to do the knitting. Soldiering will be no novelty for me. I fought in the last war, you know.
Did you, Daddy?
Yes.
Where was I?
You weren't even born yet.
Why?
Because I was only a youngster. Hadn't even thought of marriage. After the war was over, I got married.
And then the new war began, huh?
I don't know what you mean by that, but you're right in both cases. Someday I'll show you the medal I received at Vimy Ridge.
You're brave, ain't you, Daddy?
Oh, just lucky, Snooks.
But you ain't scared of anything in the whole world.
No, I don't think I am.
Except Mommy.
I'll just leave Mummy out of our conversation. War is horrible enough without bringing her in.
Why do people fight, Daddy?
Oh, I don't know. Ideals, I guess. Liberty. Nobody really wants to fight, you know.
No.
But sometimes it can't be helped. You're a little too young to understand.
How old must I be?
Before you can understand?
No, before I can fight. I want to knock the stuffing down.
Snooks!
I'm sorry, Daddy.
Now, here. I'm going to show you something I've never even shown to your Mummy. Now, look at this picture.
Who is it?
That's a picture of me taken in France during the last war. I was a member of the famous Cameron Highlanders.
Why are you wearing that skirt?
That's a kilt.
Sure.
It was a Scotch regiment, and we all wore kilts. Plenty tough, too, boy. We were known as the ladies from Hades.
Oh. Now I know where you learned to knit.
Well, we didn't have much time for knitting then, baby. Hardly enough time to go to bed in our bunks or eat a meal at mess.
The army must be awful, Daddy.
Oh, not so bad. Why?
No. It can't be good if the bed is the bunk and the meals is a mess.
Oh, that's just a military term. Now, let's get back to the knitting. You want to try it again?
Uh-huh.
All right. Now, cross the needles.
I gotta try.
Wind the wool around. Now under.
Under.
Hook it. Over. There. See, you did it all by yourself.
Now let's make another sweater.
Another sweater?
Yeah.
You've got to knit that whole ball of wool.
I'm tired.
Oh, never mind. Go upstairs, and in my bureau drawer, you'll find a blue sweater. Send that to the soldiers, and they'll never know the difference.
I can't do it, Daddy.
Well, sure you can. The wool in my sweater's almost the same as theirs.
It is the same.
What do you mean?
I pulled it apart this morning.
Oh, well. Come on, we'll go out and buy 6 sweaters and send them in.
I think they'll be better anyhow, Daddy.
What a life. Come on.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Marsh apologized to the Aces for involving them in the stolen bracelet episode. Mrs. Marsh dropped in at the house and, to show how sorry she was, offered to introduce Jane into the social crowd. Mr. Marsh dropped in at Mr. Ace's office and put him next to the biggest real estate deal Mr. Ace ever had. This episode takes place in alternating scenes between the Aces' bungalow and the Marshes' home. But first to the Aces. Marge has just come from work and is greeted by a breathless Jane. Listen.
Well, Marge, you'll never guess who was here this afternoon. Well, who? Well, I was just as surprised as you are right now. Out of a clean sky, the door opened, and in she comes. Well, you could have knocked me down with a fender. She wasn't even the last person I thought of.
Jane, who was it?
Mrs. Marsh.
Mrs. Well, what was she doing here?
Well, just wait till I tell you. Wait till you hear what... Take off your things, Marge, and sit down.
Well, how about dinner? Isn't Ace home yet?
No, and wait till he comes. Won't he be surprised?
I don't think surprised is the word. He was pretty mad about the way they carried on here with that bracelet of theirs.
Well, that's why she came here. She was sorry. She apologized.
Oh, she apologized, huh? Well, I should hope she would.
And that's not all.
What is it, Jane? What are you so excited about?
Well, who wouldn't be? Listen to this. He's going to introduce me to the Worthwhiles.
The Worthwhiles? Who are they?
Marge, that's exactly what I said. You took the words right off the tip of my tongue. I thought it was some person, like Joe Worthwhile or Abe Worthwhile. I couldn't imagine. Well, I did. Well, you just did. You said, who are they? That's just what I said. And then she told me what she meant. She wants me to become friends with all her society friends, and she's going to introduce them to me. and we'll be in her steps.
Oh, I see.
Well, is that all you can say? Oh, I see.
Mrs. Marsh is going to introduce you into the better element of the town. That's her way of getting square with you, is that it?
Not square, into a circle. That's what she calls it.
Well.
What does that mean?
Nothing, just well.
Well, what? Here I tell you this marvelous news, and all you can
What
say
do you
is...
want me to do? I'm sorry if I don't seem properly awed, Jane, but the cream of society never did impress me.
Marge, I hate to say this, but that sounds like sour cream to me.
Oh,
Stop laughing. Here, I can't wait till somebody comes home to tell them about this marvelous thing, and all you can say is, well. I'm mad.
Oh, but Jane, honey, I didn't mean
Well,
it.
I am. We've lived here 3 years, and this is the first time we've had a chance to meet some of the nicer people, and all you do is sit there and laugh.
Oh, I'm most frightfully sorry, my dear.
You get me sore sometimes, Marge.
I humbly beg your pardon, Mrs. Ace. It was dreadfully boorish of me.
And you're supposed to be my friend. You get me so mad sometimes.
So severe of me. Most middle class.
Oh, now, Marge.
You will forgive me for acting like a peasant, won't you, my dear?
Oh, stop it.
Please forgive me, my dear Mrs. Ace.
Oh, Marge, you're so repulsive. Well, enough joking around. I mean it now, Marge. I think it was very sweet of Mrs. Marsh to do it for me.
I see. And when does the coming out party take place?
Oh, it's not a party. They work.
What? Who works?
All these other ladies. They don't just sit around and play bridge and serve sandwiches.
Since when?
Since Mrs. Marsh told me. She said they're interested in the poor people. They want them to have better houses to live in and places for the children to play, not like those Old Testament houses that are so crowded and dirty. Well, that's what she said, and I'm going to work with him. Oh, there he is now. Is that you, dear?
Yes, Jane.
Now, don't tell him, Marge. Let me.
I won't.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Jane. Oh, you here already, Marge? I thought I was early, but then I've lost track of time today.
Dear, guess
Today I had the greatest stroke of luck I think I've ever had since I've been in the real estate business.
Dear,
Well,
guess
congratulations. What now?
Well, it's a long story. Suppose we have dinner and I'll break the good news to you there.
Dear, guess
Oh, no, you've aroused our curiosity. Now, you tell us right this minute.
But it's too long to tell right now, Marge.
Dear, I'm talking to you.
What?
Didn't you hear me say, guess who was here today?
No. Who was here today?
Well, this is going to be the biggest surprise that
Mrs.
you
Marsh came over this afternoon, Jane tells me.
Oh,
Mrs.
Marge.
Marsh here?
Oh, Marge, didn't I tell you to let me tell him?
Jane, you say that Mrs. Marsh was here?
Oh, yes, I might as well tell you now. She let the cat out of the trap. A person can't
Well,
say her
if
word.
that is... Well, who do you think was at my office this afternoon?
No, I'm first.
But Mr. Marsh came to see me at the office today.
Mr. Marsh?
No, I'm
Yes,
first.
he did.
Now, don't tell me he offered to introduce you into society, too.
Introduced me into society.
No, now I'm
Well,
first.
that's what Jane told me Mrs. Marsh was here for. She apologized and offered to square things by introducing you people to the better crowd.
No, he didn't say anything about... But that is a coincidence, isn't it?
Now, wait, I'm first.
Coincidence sounds like a well-laid plan, if you ask me.
What do you mean, plan?
Mrs. Marsh came here at the same time her husband came to your office. Sounds like they talked it over.
Well, suppose they did.
I'm
What
first.
difference?
Here.
What?
What's going on here? Can a person say something around here without everybody saying it ahead of her?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jane. Frightfully sorry.
Oh, stop it now, Marge. Oh, she's so
Say, what
funny.
is this? Go ahead, Jane. Tell it. What are you...
Well, it was this afternoon right after lunch. No, it was after 3 o'clock. No, that's right, it was lunchtime.
Oh, go ahead. What difference does
I
that...
remember now. It was just after lunch
All
because
right.
I just brushed my teeth. Well, somebody rang the doorbell, and I went to see who it was. And there stood Mrs. Marsh. Well, I was dumbfounded.
I made him the proposition. He went for it just as I planned he would.
Of course he would.
I told him that the city is planning a big housing program to rehabilitate the tenement district. I told him that the city would build on that square block, and that I was giving him an inside tip. Of course, in my capacity as a member of the board of city aldermen.
Yes?
Well, that was all. Being a real estate man, he realized the possibility of making a big wad of easy money. And needless to say, he's going right to work on the deal. He's taking an option on the property.
But did you tell him that our social betterment club was opposing the erection of the apartment building on that side of the railroad track?
Yes, I was perfectly honest about that, all above board. He would have found it out anyway.
Of course he would have.
Yes, I thought of that. I told him not to pay any attention to this agitation that you women are causing, because eventually you would lose out, and the building would be done on this square block.
Are you really sure it will, Tom?
Oh, of course it will. I have a majority with me on the board, and regardless of what you women do or say, that site will be chosen. By putting Mr. Ace on the job as the real estate agent, I'm not in the picture at all. Nobody will ever know I own the ground.
You've held it a long time, haven't you?
Yes, it's about time I got something back for my investment. The city will pay $150,000 for it.
Really, Tom?
Of course, my dear. With my own wife heading the women's movement opposing the site, there isn't the slightest possibility of any stain in my reputation. Oh, it's working out splendidly.
Even better than you think. What do you think I did today?
What?
I dropped in on Mrs. Ace and invited her to join our crowd.
You did?
Yes?
Well, now, wait a minute, Mary. With Mr. Ace working on the deal...
What difference does that make? You told him that the women were agitating against this location, didn't you?
Yes, but...
Well, it saved his face, too. There's his own wife fighting against him.
It's different with him. He's out in the open. He's the agent who's handling the deal.
Well, what of it? I'm sure that with Mrs. Ace actively engaged on the committee, we're certain not to win. Not for the plans I have in mind for her.
What plans?
I'm putting her in charge of newspaper publicity for our movement.
Oh, Mrs. Ace.
Isn't it priceless? Imagine her in charge of publicity. Why, the newspapers will laugh themselves sick.
Yes, she does have a knack of balling things up.
Yes, of course. And she went in for it just as your Mr. Ace went in for this real estate deal. Oh, it's going to work out perfectly.
Yes, I guess you're right. Of course, Mr. Ace is going to make quite a sum of money when the property's sold, about $25,000.
Really?
Oh, yes, easily that. And of course, if I wanted to take this picture chance and handle it alone, I could save that much for myself. I think it's worth that much to play safe. This way, they won't suspect I have the slightest interest in the location.
You told him to keep your name out of it.
Oh, yes, of course. He understands that this is an inside tip. Oh, but tell me some more about Mrs. Ace. You're really going to bring her into your social gentleman group?
Of course I am.
But they're a rather snooty lot, your crowd.
Oh, they'll do what I say. Don't worry, Tom. You just leave Mrs. Ace to me. I'll fix all that.
He said that the people we know aren't the right people. They're all right in their place, he said, but she's going to take me and introduce me to all her crowd. And then later on, I'll introduce you too, dear.
Well, that's certainly big of you, Jane.
Well, I can't get over it.
Now, don't tell me you're going daffy over this society crowd of the marshes, too.
Oh, no, it's not that, but I think they're really sincerely sorry about all the inconvenience that they caused us with that stolen bracelet because Mr. Marsh came over and made me the best proposition I ever had.
Oh, is that the big deal you were talking about?
Yes.
Well, what is it, dear? What did Mr. Marsh say?
Well, it's a long story, Jane, and rather private, but what I can tell you will keep till dinner. All I can tell you now is that if this thing works out, we're set for life.
Really? Is it that big?
I tell you, it's the biggest thing that ever came to me.
Well, it must be. I never saw you so tickled. How did he happen to be able to throw it your way?
Well, that part has to stay a secret. All I can tell you
Oh,
is...
I forgot to tell you the rest of it, dear.
The rest of what?
The rest of what Mrs. Marsh said. How she's going to let me work with the club she belongs to.
What club?
It's some social club Mrs. Marsh is interested in.
Now, let me tell him.
All right, Jane, take it.
It's a club that not only Mrs. Marsh is in, but all these other ladies. And I'm going to be in it.
Well, that sounds nice. Who are the other ladies, and what's the purpose of the...
Well, the others are her crowd, the circle she goes around in.
Now, don't you start going around in circles, Jane.
Oh, isn't she terrible? Marge, you just don't understand. If you had your way, we'd still be going with the same people all the time. Mrs. Benton and all those
now,
others.
what's the matter with them?
Oh, I don't mean there's anything the matter with them. They're all right, but they don't count.
They don't count as much money as the Marshes and their crowd do. Is that what you mean?
Count money? What do you mean?
Well, how is Mrs. Marsh so sure she can get you into her crowd? Suppose she does introduce you. She can't make those other women accept you.
Yes, they're the wives of some pretty prominent men in this town. But I guess if Mrs. Marsh has any control over those wives, I guess
those wives will do what she says.
Well, I'm glad you're so sure.
Listen, a hint to the wives will be sufficient.
A hint to the wives?
Yes.
Well, come on, let's have dinner.
And so, as Mr. Ace goes into the biggest deal of his career, Jane unwittingly goes into social work to try to squelch that deal. But Mrs. Marsh feels pretty sure that with Jane on the job, Mr. Marsh's project can't lose. We'll learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the tail of the Black Arrow! Well, Silver! Away!
Two men crouched in the shadow behind the hotel for a long time before they made their stealthy way toward a window. A tiny flame from the low-turned wick of an oil lamp served as their beacon. The window was open.
I guess we're all right now. No one saw us come in.
Save your breath and get inside.
I'm in. Shut the window behind you. Well, is anyone here to meet us?
I'm here.
Huh? Oh, I didn't see you in the shadow there.
My name is Sidney Drake. You two have been told to take instructions from me.
Yeah, we was told.
Which of you is named Vine?
That's me. This other gent is Zeke.
Obviously. You've doubtless been told you will be paid for following instructions. And for not following them, you'll go to jail with the four already there.
Yeah, I sure hope there'll be some way to get those four out of jail before they're hanging.
You'll help in an indirect way.
How's that?
One of my spies overheard a conversation between the Lone Ranger and his Indian friend. You've heard of the Lone Ranger?
We sure shouldn't have.
One of the things I want you to do is to spread a story. Tell everyone you see, in a confidential way, that the ring which the Lone Ranger wears has been stolen.
That'll be easy enough, but what's the point?
Do as ordered without question.
Oh, all right, Mr. Drake.
Your second assignment is to be carried out at once. You will ride to the bridge over Arrow Creek.
We know where that is.
Weaken the bridge.
Weaken it?
I want that bridge to collapse with the weight of the first man and horse to cross.
There's a falls a little downstream from the bridge.
I know it.
If the man goes over the falls, he won't have a chance.
I don't want him to have a chance. Neither do I want his death to look like murder. It must look like an accident.
We can fix that.
After you've weakened the bridge, remain on guard and don't let anyone cross until the United States Marshal arrives.
Oh, it's a marshal you want, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, we can handle that all right, can't we, Zeke?
Sure thing.
You want us to start for the bridge right away or stay around town and spread the word that the Lone Ranger's ring has been stolen?
Start for the bridge now. I'll start the story of the theft of the ring.
Right.
Open that window again.
I'll get it.
Now, go.
About us getting paid for our work.
Later.
I'm out, Vine. Come on, I'll give you a hand.
I can make it all right. Golly, Zeke, I never.
He's closing the window.
That Mr. Drake gives me the creeps. I never seen anything to equal him for looking through a man.
No more did I. Dark as it was in that room of his, I felt that he was seeing every thought we had. Them eyes of his seemed to fairly glow in the dark.
I wonder just who he is.
Make up your mind that he's the most important crook that's been around here.
I'm sure of that, Zeke.
And another thing, he knows plenty. That man's smart. Why, I wouldn't no more try to double-cross him than I'd try to fly. He'd know it, I tell you, Vine. He'd have a way of knowing it the minute you so much as thought of trying to put one over on him.
Don't even talk of such a thing, Zeke. Let's go and start on that there bridge.
You needn't prove to me that you're the man you say you are. The girl who sent me to meet you told me about you.
That will save time.
I would like to see the real face of the Lone Ranger. You ever take that mask off?
I wear it, Marshal, to hide my face.
I know. Well, I came to this woods to meet you. Now start talking. I've got another call to make tonight.
Tonight?
Yep, a special one. I might learn more about the Black Arrow because of it.
Tonto, throw a little dry brush on the fire so I can show the Marshal the ring.
Tonto, fix it. What ring you talking about?
Yeah, you can see it now. Take a good look at it.
Yes.
Never forget it.
I never will. It's different than anything I ever saw before.
I have to use a disguise, Marshal. I have it ready to put on. You see, there's a chance that you'd confuse me with other men. That's why I want you to remember the ring.
What other men?
There are 4 crooks in jail. I want you to put me there with them.
You're choosing mighty unpleasant company.
I hope it'll be worthwhile.
Did you know that those 4 are to be moved to San Lomé?
Yes.
Do you know why?
Yes, they're to be sentenced to death by hanging. Execution is to be carried out in San Lomé.
Yes.
That's why there's so little time to learn what we can from them.
Maybe they don't know anything. They were offered the chance to talk when they were on trial. They could have escaped hanging if they'd squealed, but they didn't.
I know they didn't, yet I'm sure they could tell a lot if they wanted to.
You think so?
Those men are members of the Legion of the Black Arrow. They know who some of the leaders are. They know where the main headquarters is located. See, there's just one reason why they didn't save their worthless necks by squealing.
Why?
They're counting on being rescued.
That's what I figured. That's why I arranged to have them transferred to San Lomé. They can be closer watch there.
There are 2 reasons why I want to be with them.
Yeah?
I might be able to learn who the organizers of the Black Arrow are and the location of the headquarters. But I might also be able to spoil any plans to save those crooks from hanging.
Well, I'll jail you if that's the way you want it.
It is.
But I'll tell you right now, Lone Ranger, the days between now and when those men hang won't be pleasant ones.
You'll have to take certain precautions.
How's that?
Well, you'll have to make out papers to send to San Lomé so the record will show 5 men instead of 4.
Yes, I reckon so.
The Black Arrow has spies everywhere. My arrest is not made to look bona fide. These spies might find out our trick.
But it's risky. Mighty risky.
Perhaps.
But if something happened to me, I'm the only one that knows the truth. If all the records are fixed up so you're in with the 4 slated to die and those records aren't changed back again...
There's more risk in not changing the records.
I don't know about that.
The chances of something happening to you are less than the chances of the Black Arrow having access to the records.
Maybe.
If I'm in jail unarmed with 4 murderers... But come, Marshal, make me your prisoner and let's get to town. Here, Marshal, are my orders from the President. I've kept it in a secret compartment of my ring. If anything should happen to me, it would be invaluable to the Black Arrow. I don't want it to fall into their hands, so guard it with your life.
Yeah, all right, Lone Ranger, I will.
Now, change this entry in the ledger.
See now, 5 instead of 4.
Well, everything's done. Lock me in with the others.
I'll have to ride hard to get to my meeting.
And let's not waste more time in your office.
What's the idea of waking us up like this?
Get in there, you ornery murdering crook.
Hey, this jail's crowded as it is.
Shut up.
Yeah, can't even be left alone in jail.
Yeah, that'll hold you till morning.
Couple of wax more and she'll be fixed. That'll do. That'll do, Zeke. This bridge will go down with the weight of a man alone, to say nothing of a man on a horse.
And all we gotta do is stand here on the bank and make sure the marshal is the one that gets the fall.
I sure hope he comes along real soon. I'd like to get a little sleep before sunup.
Sleep don't mean nothing to me now. Not when I think of the 4 that are in the calaboose. Lucky we're not there with them.
Doggone lucky. Lucky we're not the marshal, too. Listen to that falls downstream.
I hear someone.
Coming from that way. Get back here, Larry. We can see who it is.
Better get a rope ready. It's the best way to stop anyone that's coming.
I sure hope it's the marshal. How Mr. Drake know he was riding here?
The chances are it was Mr. Drake that sent him here.
That's so. Boy, I don't savvy, though.
Wait, Vine. He's getting in sight now. That's our man, all right enough.
Good. Now we'll be saved the trouble of waiting around here.
He's loping along at a good clip.
Better get low so he won't see us.
There he goes. Now, if the bridge holds up, we'll have to do some fast talking to Mr. Drake.
It won't. Watch now, it's real close.
He's on the bridge.
Look, it's wobbling.
There. What's this? He's going. Listen.
Well, Zeke, that's that. Our job is done.
Sitting alone in his hotel room, Sidney Drake mused for a long time, leaning back in his chair. And once more he turned his attention to a letter which he had written in code.
Get them out of jail? They'll not get out of jail. They'll hang. Better by far to lose those four and have the Lone Ranger die with them than rescue them. Most ironic of all is the fact that the Lone Ranger will die at the hands of the law, executed as the worst kind of criminal by the very people he wanted to help. One man alone might have saved his life, but that man is dead.
The long hours of the night dragged slowly for the 5 men in the cramped quarters of the jail. For these, there was no sleep. They sat in the dim moonlight that filtered through the bars.
Well, if you want to be close-lipped, go ahead. We don't give a hang if you don't want to be social.
Why should I be? I don't know anything about you four.
Well, you know as much as we do about you. Say, what are you here for, anyway?
For the night. I'm being moved in the morning.
Yeah? So are we. Where to?
San Lomé.
No, is that so?
Well, don't believe it then.
Well, that's where we're going.
You? No, not you. You four will stay here.
Who says so?
I do. Men who go to San Lomé are slated to hang.
You think we're not?
All four of you?
All four of us.
They don't hang petty sneak thieves and prowlers.
What's that? You call us sneak thieves?
That's what I said.
Well, listen, hombre, you better think different. Maybe you think you're mighty tough.
No one was able to make me tell what I knew.
Who made us? No one.
Likely because you didn't know anything. I did. I knew where there was a hideout that the Lone Ranger's mighty anxious to find.
Who'd you say?
They call him the Lone Ranger.
What do you know about him?
More than I'll tell you.
And what was that about a hideout?
Now, they put you in here to pose as a crook and try to pump answers from me, huh?
You're loco. I was here before you were, all four of us.
All right. I'm still not talking.
Now, look, let me show you something. You see this mark on my wrist? Come here, get close where the light falls on it.
Sure, I see it. The black arrow.
That, mean anything to you?
What if it does?
Oh, now, look here, mister. If you was to thaw out a little, maybe we could exchange ideas and get somewhere.
We'll see. First, you've got to convince me that you four are on the level.
Hey, something's happened. Look at all the men outside. This time of night, too.
Well, let me see. Hey, you guard. What's happened? What's all the excitement?
The bridge at Elk Creek caved in. A couple of men seen it happen. And the United States Marshal was on it when it happened. He's dead.
What's that? The United States Marshal is dead.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. While the Lone Ranger was in jail, hoping to learn something from the 4 condemned men who were with him, the news came that the United States Marshal had died when a bridge collapsed. The Marshal was the only person who could prove that the Lone Ranger was not sentenced to hang with the other prisoners.
So his nib's got his. That's good. Good. Serves him right. I'm doggone glad of it. I wish all the marshals could be on a bridge when it caves in. All the sheriffs, too.
Hey, Sam, maybe now they won't move us to San Lemay in the morning.
Stop your laughing.
Who, me?
You heard what I said.
Well, all right, then. You needn't be sore at me, though. I didn't make the marshal fall off on the bridge.
I understood that the bridge caved in.
Well, same thing. He fell, didn't he? Say, what's the matter with you, mister? You act like the death of the marshal was mighty glad news to you.
It's risky. Mighty risky. What if something happened to me? I'm the only one that knows the truth.
Hey, can't you speak anymore?
If you're in with the A4 that is slated to die, those records aren't changed back again. Well, it's mighty risky. What if something happened to me?
What's running through your mind? You got ideas of some sort?
I was just wondering.
Well?
I didn't come here expecting to hang.
You think we did? Not on your life.
How do you figure to avoid it?
We had promises, that's how.
Who made them?
Now who's asking the questions?
Look here. The death of the marshal changes things. You were asking questions a little while ago. There were things you wanted me to tell you.
Yeah, about that there Lone Ranger.
Yes. Now, there are a few things I'd like to know.
Fair enough.
I can show you the Lone Ranger if we're out of this jail. Have your friends outside?
Say, maybe you figured on a marshal to let you escape.
To be honest with you, that's just what I figured.
Crackety. I never would have suspected that he could have been bribed. Now you're in for keeps, huh?
Unless I know enough to interest the right people in getting me out.
Maybe we can do business.
Start talking.
We've got a good friend here. A mighty powerful friend, too. He's from the East.
From Washington?
How do you know?
That's where the most powerful leaders of the Black Arrow are, isn't it?
Reckon so.
Which of the leaders came here?
Did you ever hear the name Drake?
Drake?
Sidney Drake. Now keep it under your hat now. And when I can get word to him, I'll let him know that you can take us to the Lone Ranger. If you're let out along with us. You sure you can do it?
I'll show you the Lone Ranger.
You must have been working some distance from here, or we'd have knowed you.
I've been getting instructions from a different source than you.
That's what it must have been. I reckon we're all working to the same end, though.
I wonder who found out about the marshal.
I don't know.
Hey, someone's coming to our door.
Yeah, I hear him. Maybe this is when we're let out to escape.
We're moving you now instead of morning. I warn you, there's 10 men with rifles watching you, so don't try nothing.
They're moving us where?
San Lemay. The marshal gone, we don't hanker to have the responsibility of you 5. Sheriff Force will be in charge at San Lemay, and no one ever escaped from his jail. Come on now, it's your move.
The wagon in which the 5 tightly bound men rode was guarded by horsemen on the way to San Lemay.
Roping us like cattle to be branded. We sure don't take chances.
How far we got to go?
2 more hours to reach San Lemay. We'll get there around sunup.
Do you think Sidney Drake will know about the plans being changed?
Sure he will.
Time to get us free?
Now leave things to Drake. He'll take care of them. Our names don't show on any hangman's rope. Doggone this rope. Hey, you guard.
What's the matter?
These ropes are too tight. They hurt.
Don't pay no attention to them. They won't hurt long. Not near as much as your neck will hurt at sunup.
Sunup?
The execution's been moved ahead. That's why I'm letting you talk all you want. This is the last night on Earth for all 5 of you.
You hear that?
Mr. Drake will get us out. We can count on him.
Meanwhile, some distance away, a man lay on a bunk in a small cabin. In his semi-conscious state, he repeated one word.
Tonto. Me here. You listen. Me, Tonto. Me hear you.
Tonto.
Tonto did everything he knew to restore the marshal to consciousness, but without success. And as he heard a horse stopping outside, he went to the door.
Whoa there, boy. Tonto, have they talked yet?
No, him not talk. Oh, me say Tonto. Him got hard bumping head from falling river.
But he must talk. I've just come from town, and the word has already gone around that the marshal was on the bridge when it collapsed. They don't know that you rescued him before he was washed over the falls.
Who tell that?
Sidney Drake started the story. Those two fiends you captured were working for him.
Drake?
Yes, and Tonto, the hanging has been changed. They're to hang this morning. They're already taken to jail. They're on their way to San Lomé right now.
Oh, that bad.
If we only could have known what the plans were. You could have watched those two men instead of following the marshal.
That's right.
And then if you only hadn't had to fight those two before you went to Arrow Creek to get the marshal, well, you
Maybe
could...
Ring help Lone Ranger.
Oh, but it won't. That's where this man Drake is so smart. He knew all along that the Lone Ranger was to be in prison with those 4 criminals. That's why he arranged to have the marshal killed.
But Ring and Lone Ranger think
Drake
that...
told about that ring. He already said the Lone Ranger lost the ring, that it was stolen from him. Now, besides, we found that paper from the president on the marshal. The Lone Ranger has no way of stopping the execution. Now, if he shows the ring, it'll just be evidence that he did steal it, don't you see?
Law can't hang Lone Ranger.
But there's no way to prove that he's the Lone Ranger. He hasn't his horse, his mask, not even a silver bullet. As for his disguise on his face, if he removes it, it won't help. No one knows his face.
Tonto.
The marshal spoke.
And that's all him say. Only call Tonto. But wait.
What is it?
Tonto. Me got plan. That wagon near here. Maybe hitch scout Silver to wagon. Put Marshal in.
But if the marshal can't speak...
Maybe 1-2 hour him speak. Here it too late to help. If him in San Lomé, then it not too late.
Oh, that's it, Tonto. Where's the wagon? Hurry and get it. Hurry. Every minute counts.
While Tonto used makeshift harness to fasten Scout and Silver to a rickety wagon, the girl made the injured marshal as comfortable as possible. Then while she pillowed the man's head in her lap, Tonto leaped to the back of Scout and cried,
"Get him up, Scout! Come on, Silver!"
The mad race began. The opposition was time. It was lucky that Tonto had dragged the marshal from Arrow Creek on the south shore, or it would have been impossible to get back to the town except by a long and roundabout route. In the dead of night, the wagon dashed through town, then on toward San Lomé. Sidney Drake was sleeping and didn't hear the passage of the wagon through the town. He was wakened by 2 men who held rifles.
Wake up, Drake. We want to talk to you.
Huh? Who is it there?
Come on, get up.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
Lawman. What do you know about this?
How do I know? What is it?
This is a note that was found in the jail.
I don't know anything about any notes you find in jail.
This one has got your name signed to it.
My name?
Looks like you sneaked it to the 5 prisoners there. It tells them to keep their chins up, that they'll be rescued from the hangman's noose.
Oh, I didn't write that.
Then why is your name on it?
I don't know. You can be sure I'll make no effort to get those killers out of jail.
We know you won't. We're watching them mighty close. In fact, they're most to San Lomé by this time.
I'm not interested.
No? Well, you wouldn't mind us staying here, would you?
In my room?
We'll be right outside the door and window, just in case you did have any ideas about helping those 5.
It should be clear to you that one of those 5 has a grudge against me. Merely tried to put me in a bad light.
Maybe so. But if there is any play to get those 5 out of jail, you'll have some explaining to do.
I must say the Lone Ranger has courage. He surely knows of the marshal's death and realizes that he'll hang with the others. The others must have told him they expect to go free. Yet the Lone Ranger leaves a note which would frustrate any attempted jailbreak. Oh, I can't help admiring his courage.
5 men are destined to hang in San Lomé. A small group of official witnesses and a scattering of morbid spectators grouped around the scaffold. A stir swept through the assemblage as the condemned men were led from the nearby building. One of the 5 was silent, for he knew that there would be no rescue. The other 4 hung to their confidence in Sidney Drake.
Something will happen now.
Better happen quick.
Couldn't happen before. This is the right place for the boys to come and get us away. No jail doors to bust down. Something's happening right now. Look yonder, wagon is coming close to the crowd.
Maybe this is where we get free.
Come on, Scout!
The voice thrilled the Lone Ranger, but the guard cried out,
"Get that wagon away from here! Hey, don't let that in here! Put that redskin under arrest. He can't do that."
You come! He talk! You listen!
Excitement swept the crowd. Something unusual, something extraordinary was taking place.
That's for us. Come on, boys, climb on board. There'll be guns there for us.
Where's the gun? No gun for you.
Get back there, you ornery killers.
The marshal!
Alive!
Tonto, Marshal, you're not dead.
What is this?
Hey, Marshal, you here?
I've got things to say. There's one man you don't hang. The man that wears the ring.
Here's the ring.
But that ring, I was told...
Whatever you was told is a lie. I'll prove it. Here's your order of recognition by the president.
Thank you.
Here, take the shirt.
I've got it.
Here's your mask.
Mask? What's the marshal doing anyhow?
While the crowd watched in amazement, Tonto unhitched the horses from the wagon. The marshal tossed shirt, mask, hat, gun belt at the fifth condemned man.
I changed the records to show 5 men instead of 4. The 4 can hang as originally planned. But the fifth was there to be sure they didn't escape. If you want to be convinced who that man is, just look at him now.
That mask!
Here, Silver. Snow White Stallion. Name of Silver.
It's the Lone Ranger.
Marshal, you were
I was more dead than alive up to a few minutes ago. The polecats who tried to kill me are hog-tied near Arrow Creek, waiting to be picked up. Maybe they'll name the man that hired him, and Sidney Drake will be jailed along with him. I'm most done in.
Marshal, steady there.
Him all right. Need plenty rest. That all.
It's the excitement. I'll be all right soon. One thing, Lone Ranger.
Yes?
The girl. She left the wagon when she saw that I was ready to talk. She sends her best to you.
Thanks.
And another thing. Did you learn something worthwhile?
I did. Sidney Drake is one of the men from Washington who is a leader of the Black Arrow.
Good. Then we'll smash him.
Lock those 4 up again. We'll postpone the hanging 1 hour till things are quieted down. Take him to jail for an hour. All right, guard. Come on.
Will he be all right, Tonto?
Him be all right. Him in good hands here with friends. We go back to Arrow Creek, huh?
Very well.
Yes, go there, Lone Ranger, and bring in Tonto's prisoners. Oh, one thing more. You still got that disguise on your face under your mask.
I'll take it off when I have the chance.
You better, Ed. It makes you look mean and crooked. And you sure aren't either one.
You ready now?
Steady, Silver. Ready, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up,
Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Dark fantasy.
I am the skipper of the Sea Phantom.
I say, sir, and what be you doing in the captain's cabin? Do you hear me, sir? What be you doing sitting there writing on the captain's slate? Oh, ignoring me, eh? Now look here, you. This is Captain Strong's own cabin, and no one's got any business of sitting here writing. I say, you're not a member of this crew. Blow me down. face. Look at you. Why, you're not human. Captain! Captain Stroll! Captain! Captain Strong! I say, Captain Strong! Captain Strong, sir!
Yes, Isaac. What is it, man? What's all the rumpus?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there's someone in your cabin, sir.
Well, who is it? What's that, Isaac?
There's someone in the captain's cabin, sir.
Who is it?
I don't rightly know, sir.
Well, didn't you see who it was?
Yes, Mr. Wilson, that I did, sir.
But the captain always locks his cabin, don't you, Captain Strong? I do, but I could have forgot.
It wasn't locked just now, Captain.
You say you got to look at the man?
Aye, sir, and full in the face, Captain. If you can rightly call it a face.
What's that? What do you mean, Isaac? Yes, man. Speak up. What are you trying to tell us?
I mean, sir, the man ain't human. He's nothing but a skeleton.
What? Nonsense, Isaac.
Oh, no, sir, and that is not. I seen him, sir. Looked plumb into his face, I did. And there's nothing there but bones. White, bleached bones, sir.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
With empty eye sockets and a gaping mouth, and he was writing on your slate, sir.
Writing on my slate?
Aye, Captain. Writing with a piece of white chalk, held between his fingers. Fingers with no flesh on them, sir.
Well, you've been dreaming, Isaac. Come on. Let's get down to my cabin and have a look. Come along, Mr. Wilson.
Right, Captain. Isaac, come on.
Aye, sir.
Oh, it's impossible for anyone to be in my cabin. All hands are either on deck or down in the engine room.
That's what I say, Captain Strong. He ain't one of the crew. He ain't rightly nobody, sir. Unless you want to call a spirit somebody.
Isaac, stop that sort of talk.
Oh, but it ain't no sort of talk, sir. Begging your pardon, Mr. Wilson. I seen him with my own eyes. Sitting there, dressed in some sort of get-up I ain't never laid eyes on before. He had his back to the door. He was writing on your slate with a chalk, Captain. I spoke to him, but he didn't pay me no mind. Just kept right on with his writing. Then I got closer to him, and he still didn't look up. So I stooped down and peered into his face, I did. And then I seen he wasn't nothing but a skeleton, sir.
Well, if you were a drinking man, Isaac, I'd have you flogged and put in irons.
I'm not so sure he hasn't been at the keg, Captain.
Begging your pardon, sir. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Here's the hatch.
You first, Captain.
Just as I thought. Nobody here.
Oh, cabin's empty.
But I locked this door, Captain, so whoever it was couldn't get out.
Well, you must have done that all right. I certainly unlocked it just now. You can see for yourself, Isaac, there's no one in here.
No, nobody. And no way out except through that door.
I say, Captain, have a look.
Yes, Mr. Wilson, what is it?
Your slate. There is writing on it.
Huh? What's that? Well, here, let me see.
Here.
There, Captain Strong. You see, sir? That's not your writing, is it?
No. No, it isn't my writing.
Then one of the men must have been in here and wrote that.
No, I don't think so. Because this writing is a style and a type that was used more than 200 years ago.
What? Now, let's see. I say. That is strange writing. It's English, all right. Such a peculiar spelling and phrasing.
Blimey, I can't read it at all.
Isaac.
Aye, Captain.
Now, seeing this, I can't help but believe that you saw somebody sitting here in my cabin writing on my slate. But I won't be convinced that it was a skeleton.
But I tell you, sir,
It was your imagination, Isaac.
Oh, no, sir, it wasn't no imagination.
I said it was your imagination. You understand?
Aye, sir.
Now, I don't want you to open your mouth about this to the crew. You hear me? There's some explanation. I'm not going to have you stirring up the crew with this. They're all superstitious enough without that.
Aye, sir.
Those are orders, Isaac. I'll have you in irons if you breathe a word of this to the men.
Aye, sir.
That's all, Isaac.
Aye, sir.
Well, Captain Strong?
What do you make of it, Wilson?
Most extraordinary. I'm positive Isaac did see someone in this cabin.
But surely not a fleshless creature.
I don't know. Isaac is a sober, steady sort of person.
But confounded man.
He hasn't much imagination.
Well, who ever heard of a skeleton aboard a ship, much less one that could write on a slate?
Stranger things than that have happened at sea. You know that.
Yeah, that I do. But I can't convince myself that what Isaac saw was really some fleshless creature without a brain or heart or eyes.
Can you make out the writing on the slate?
Yeah, I think so. Says, it is not correct. The information you have about the sea phantom. Change your course 6 degrees north, northeast, to location 26 degrees, 7 minutes longitude, 18 degrees, 9 minutes latitude. Jonathan Strange.
Jonathan Strange?
No, it can't be.
He was the famous captain of the Spanish galleon, the Sea Phantom. The one we're hoping to locate.
Yeah, he was. Jonathan Strange. Dead for 224 years. Lost in a gale in 1718.
Yes. But not in the position this message on the slate directs us to.
No, indeed. The Sea Phantom was supposed to have foundered at 20 degrees longitude. The message says 26 degrees and 7 minutes.
Yes.
Could this be a trick?
A trick, Captain?
Someone else who's heard of the immense treasure that went down with the Sea Phantom. Someone who's trying to steer us off our course. Get to the treasure themselves.
I doubt that.
What do you say you doubt it, Mr. Wilson?
Well, sir, we've kept the entire expedition completely secret. Not even the crew know what we're up to.
We've tried to keep the entire expedition a secret. I'm positive I haven't mentioned to anyone.
Nor have I, Captain Strong. When I stumbled upon the information about the Sea Phantom, I knew there was an excellent opportunity to recover almost $1 million worth of gold. And naturally, I needed a boat. You were the first one I thought of.
Neither of us would have had a reason for disclosing our knowledge about the treasure.
That's just it. That's why I'm so inclined to believe Isaac was telling us the truth.
About the thing without flesh, right in this message?
Precisely.
That's unbelievable.
Even so, Captain, you must admit that a man who's been dead more than 200 years certainly wouldn't be much more than a skeleton. Isn't that right?
You mean... good heavens. You mean this message was actually written by Jonathan Strange himself?
I mean exactly that.
I wonder.
What about it, Captain? Do we change the course?
I don't know. What's your advice?
Normally, I'm not superstitious. But, well, what can we do? I've never believed in ghosts or spirits up to now. But that message on that slate certainly is convincing.
Then you're in favor of following the instructions. Well, Mr. Wilson?
Yes. Let's change the course and go to the spot the message mentions. If you're willing to take a chance, I certainly am. Who's that?
Mr. Wilson.
Yes, who's there?
Me, sir. Isaac Newton, sir.
Well, come in and stop that noise. No, what in thunder's gotten into you, waking me up in the middle of the night? What time is it anyway?
8 bells, sir. Midnight.
Midnight. A big day ahead tomorrow. Oh, confounded man, what do you want?
Well, I'm standing watch alone tonight, sir. Maybe I should have told this to the captain, but I come to you first.
Well?
I just sighted a boat to the port side, sir.
Well, have you identified her?
Oh, no, sir. You see, she ain't carrying no lights, sir.
No lights?
Oh, no, sir. And she's not like any ship I've ever seen, sir.
To the port side, you say?
Aye, sir. She's riding with full sail.
What?
Aye, sir. She looks to me like one of those old-time boats you see in pictures.
Hand me my boots there, Isaac. I'll come up on deck and have a look.
There she blows, sir. You see? Not a sign of life aboard her, sir. And the moon's full tonight.
Look, man, look.
What, Mr. Wilson?
That name on the bow.
I can't see that far, sir. My eyes
That name. The Sea Phantom.
Sea Phantom, sir?
Yes. No wonder she's carrying no lights. No wonder there's no one aboard.
What do you mean, sir?
Isaac, if you've never seen a ghost ship, take a look at that boat out there.
Ghost ship?
Yes. The Sea Phantom went down in these waters more than 200 years ago.
Blow me down, sir. Are you having a joke with me, Mr. Wilson?
No. No, this is no joke. That's a ghost ship, right enough. You watch. She'll be gone in a minute or two.
Begging your pardon, sir, but that boat's real.
Ghost ships always look real, Isaac.
But look you, sir. She's close enough to see. She's within throwing distance, I do believe. Here. This belaying pin here, Mr. Wilson. I'll try to throw it aboard the Sea Phantom.
Good. You watch. That pin will just go through thin air.
We'll see, sir. Well, here goes. Ah. There, sir. You hear that? She is real.
But that boat's so old, she should have fallen apart years ago. And besides that, she's supposed to be at the bottom of the Atlantic.
She looks old enough, all right, sir. But I don't understand what you mean about her supposed to be...
Isaac.
Aye, sir.
Lower a boat.
A boat, sir?
Yes, confounded a boat. Lower one at once.
Are we going aboard the Sea Phantom, Mr. Wilson?
I am, yes. Now lower a boat to the port side and double quick about it. Stop rowing now, Isaac. Ease up alongside.
Aye, sir.
Tie up to that rope hanging there.
Right, sir. There. All set, sir.
Right. Well, you stay here and watch, Isaac, while I go aboard. If I'm not back in a half hour, come aboard looking for me.
Aye, aye, sir. Half an hour, sir. If you're not back by then, sir, I'll come aboard after you.
Keep a sharp lookout, Isaac. Let me know if you see anybody aboard.
Aye, aye, sir.
So quiet aboard. Can't even hear the wind. No sign of life. No sign of life having been here for score upon score of years. Rotting timbers. Sea-soaked deck. Twisted, tangled ropes. Empty kegs with rusted hoops and warped staves. Strips of time-worn sails. And canvas swaying on the masts. Everything so quiet. Quiet as though in reverence for the dead. Here. The hatch. Captain's quarters must be down here. Yes. Yes. This must have been his hangout. Let's have a look. A light burning in here. Hey, say, what's that? Oh. Bones. An entire human skeleton slumped here in the corner of the cabin, as though a man had propped himself up there and died.
Exactly, my friend.
Who's that? Did someone speak?
Certainly, me.
But where are you?
Over here.
But I don't see you. There's no one in this room but myself.
Yourself and that gentleman slumped there in the corner.
Who are you?
My name is Jonathan Strange.
Jonathan Strange? Why, you're the skipper of the Sea Phantom.
That I am. Jonathan Strange, captain of the Sea Phantom, sailing with a cargo of gold for the Spanish rulers.
But, why, your boat went down in a gale 200 years ago.
So history says, yes. But men do not know everything.
I don't understand.
The Sea Phantom was no victim of a storm at sea. Oh, no, my friend. She was the victim of a cruel and vicious man.
I still don't understand.
Look here. You see the rusted iron ring there on the floor by your feet?
Yes.
Take hold of it and pull. The trap door to my cabin. That's it. It may be difficult. Use your strength on it. A little more force now. Now, that's it. There. You see?
Gold. Bar upon bar of solid gold.
Yes, gold for the King of Spain.
And chests of coins and jewels.
One there for the Queen. But Jose would have them for his own. He intends to mutiny the crew and steal the treasures that have been entrusted to us.
Who's this Jose?
Jose Menel. A wicked and cold-hearted fiend. Even now, the crew is waiting for me to leave this cabin. They know they'll never enter here while life is in my body.
But surely there's some escape.
No, none. They think I remain here to starve to death. They're fools. They do not know that they're about to perish, like the rats they are.
What do you mean?
Don't you smell the smoke? Listen. You can hear the flames.
Yes. Yes, I do.
And they cannot escape in the boats, because I foresaw this mutiny and put the lifeboats out of commission.
But can't you escape?
No, of course not. For you to escape, you must make haste, my friend.
How?
The same way you entered here, of course. Hurry now, my friend, and take this with you.
What is it? What are you giving me?
You'll see. Hurry now. There's no time to waste. Soon the ship will be one mass of roaring flames, and none of us will be left alive.
Can't I take you with me? Can't you make yourself apparent so I can see you and take you along?
No, it doesn't matter. But let me warn you. With my life, I protected the treasures of the king and queen. Throughout all eternity, I'll guard those treasures. It will not be wise for any man to attempt to obtain them for his own.
Yes, Jonathan Strange. I believe I understand exactly what you mean. That's why you brought me here. To show me.
Exactly. I must hurry.
Mr. Wilson, sir. Are you in there, Mr. Wilson?
Isaac, is that you?
Aye, sir. Blowing down, Mr. Wilson. This beastly boat's afire. If we don't get over here in a jiffy, we'll be paying a visit to Davy Jones' locker before we know it, sir.
And so, Captain Strong, that's exactly what happened. And I repeat, it was no nightmare. Isaac here can vouch for that.
It's the very truth, Captain Strong. Word for word. So help me heaven.
And that was fair warning. And whoever attempts to get the treasures of the Sea Phantom is doomed.
Aye, sir. Just as those mutineers were doomed 200 years ago, sir.
It's odd. Very odd.
I'm amazed you or the others of the crew weren't awakened by the sound of the fire.
No? None of us heard a sound. The men don't even know about it now. I wouldn't have known it about it myself if you two hadn't told me your story. If I hadn't seen those bits of charred wood floating on the surface this morning.
It was a huge treasure, Captain. I saw it in its hiding place, beneath the skipper's cabin.
And you got none of it?
Not a single bit. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. Just before I left the boat, this thing was handed to me.
Handed to you? But I thought you said there was nothing in that cabin but a pile of bones.
Yes, that is right. But this seemed to come, well, almost out of nowhere. And it was placed very firmly in my hands.
He sure enough had it in his hands when I broke into the cabin, sir.
Let's have a look. Why, this was the ship's log.
The log?
Yes. The complete log of the Sea Phantom's voyage. From the date of sailing, right on up through the mutiny. Look. This writing. It's the same hand. The writing on my slate and the writing on this paper are the very same. Curve for curve, angle for angle.
Here, let me see. Oh, I say, Captain.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Look here. On this last page. It reads, "Now that it has become my solemn duty to protect the treasures which have been entrusted to me, I will send the Sea Phantom to her ocean grave together with the treasure. This is my course as I see it. God assist me. Jonathan Strange, May 29th, 1718.
You have heard The Sea Phantom. Tonight's tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Mr. Wilson. Fred Wayne played Captain Strong. Muir Height was Isaac, and Garland Moss was Captain Jonathan Strange, skipper of the Sea Phantom. Next Friday at this time, we'll bring you another dark fantasy drama. Being the 13th story in this series, and next Friday being Friday the 13th, Scott Bishop defies superstition utterly and completely to bring you one of his most exciting and unusual tales. Listen for W is for werewolf. A weird adventure laid upon a sunny tropical island where all seems peaceful and serene, but where a grim and vicious destiny festers slowly into breathtaking, unbelievable reality. Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the WKY studios, Oklahoma City. Tom Paxton speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story.
When a violent explosion set fire to the waterfront hideout of the Leopard Woman spy ring, Clark Kent and Major Campbell, chief of the Secret Service, were certain the woman and her Japanese henchmen had perished. But unknown to them, the cunning female spy, together with her radio operator, a man named Brower, made good her escape by jumping off the roof into the water a moment before the explosion leveled the house. As our story continues today, we find them speeding along the road in a stolen car. Brower is at the wheel. From a news broadcast heard on the car radio, they've just learned that the police of 8 states are now on their trail. Listen.
Well, what do we do now? You heard what the radio said. The roads are under guard.
We'll get off the roads.
What do you mean?
There's a private seaplane base up ahead. We've got to get one of the ships and head out to sea.
What good will that do us? None of those private planes carry enough gas to get us far.
We won't have far to go. Not if we can contact one of our submarines off the coast. It's our only chance now that they know or even suspect that we escaped. There's the base. I'll turn in.
There's only one plane moored.
One is enough. Come on.
I don't see anyone around.
There's a watchman in that shack. He's asleep. We shouldn't have any trouble.
Have you a revolver?
Yes, but it got soaking wet. I can use the butt. Now, quiet. You stay out here. I'll sneak in and take care of him. He's dead to the world. This should be a cinch. Watch the road in case anyone stops or drives in.
I will, but hurry.
Okay. He won't wake up for a while. Yeah, he won't wake up.
What about keys?
We won't need them. I'll cross the ignition wires. Come on, we've got to row out to the plane. Wait a minute. Get down. There's a car coming. All right, come on.
There's a rowboat tied to the dock.
Any oars in it?
Yes.
Well, we're running in luck. Hop in. Can you make it?
I think so.
All right?
Yes.
Sit in the back seat. I'll cast off. Well, so far, so good.
Are you sure you can get the plane started?
Positive. Won't be the first time I've crossed wires. Say, you can fly a seaplane, can't you?
Why not? No different from any other plane, except for pontoons. Suppose it has no radio.
That's the chance we're taking.
Easy, easy. You're right on top of it. Pull on your right.
I'll grab the mooring line.
I've got it.
Now, can you get aboard? I'll keep the boat close. Don't pull in.
I won't.
Open the cabin door. Now climb inside. I'll follow you.
About the boat.
That's the least of our worries. Here I come. Okay, close the door.
If you can get her started, we're all right.
Don't worry about that. Now see if there's a flashlight in the tool compartment.
Yes.
Good. Shine it under the dashboard.
There's a radio, isn't there?
Yes. Yes, sending and receiving. Hold the light steady. Step on the starter. That's enough.
Any trouble?
No, I'll get it.
Brower.
What?
The car just pulled in off the road. 2 men are walking toward the shack.
Step on the starter. There she goes.
The men are running down to the dock.
Get set to give her the gun. I'll cut the mooring line. Okay, let her go.
Rising from the water like some monstrous seabird, the plane roars into the darkness, headed for the open ocean. Meanwhile, back at the Metropolis office of the Secret Service, Clark Kent and Major Campbell await word of the Leopard Woman's arrest.
Kent, that woman is amazing. I can't bring myself to believe that she dove off that roof. It just doesn't seem possible.
And by this time, you should realize that anything's possible. She took a desperate chance.
Well, what good did it do her? She's bound to be picked up. Every road leading out of Metropolis is covered. They can't get through.
I hope you're right, Major. She's led us quite a chase. I'd like nothing better than to see her behind bars.
If you recall, she was behind bars once. Your brilliant little plan let her out.
Now, let's not bring that up.
Excuse me. Major Campbell speaking. Oh, yes? What? hold on a minute. Kent, jot this down as I give it to you.
All right.
Go ahead. Midtown Harbor Seaplane Base, Amphibian NX-312. Yes, I've got that. What time was this? 5:30 a.m. Any description? I see. All right. Thanks a lot. Yes, I'll check on it. Well, this looks bad, Kent.
What's it all about?
A man and a woman slugged the watchman at the Midtown Harbor Seaplane Base at 5:30 this morning and stole an amphibian moored offshore.
Stole it? A man and a woman?
Yes. Does that mean anything to you?
Might mean plenty. Who was that call?
McCary at the state police barracks. Said two of his men drove in just as the plane took off. They found the watchman out cold. Kent, I don't like it. If that woman has slipped through again...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Major. In the first place, what good would a seaplane do the leopard woman?
I don't know, but I'm willing to bet she's behind this. We know she and Brower escaped the explosion, stole a car on the state highway, and were headed out of the city.
Wait a minute. The firemen found a shortwave sending set in the wreckage of that building, didn't they?
Oh, yes. What's that got to do with it?
Well, it proved our original suspicion was correct. That the leopard woman was communicating with enemy submarines offshore.
I still don't get the point.
That seaplane, was it radio equipped?
McCary didn't say. What are you driving at, Kent?
Simply this. If the leopard woman and Brower did steal that plane, they're probably planning to contact a foreign sub, get aboard, and make a perfect getaway.
Well, what are we going to do about it? Sit here and stare at one another?
No, we've got to get to a shortwave listening post, a Coast Guard station. Maybe we can pick up the plane signal. Come on.
Wait a minute. O'Hara, meet me downstairs with a car. Yes, right away.
Come on, Major.
I'm coming. Well, anything doing, Kent?
No, not yet.
You never told me you could handle shortwave apparatus. There's not much you can't do.
That's laying it on a little thick, Major. Here, wait. Something's coming through. I'll switch it to the speaker. Listen.
Must have position. Urgent. Must have position. Urgent. Check. Agent 1-4. Code word. Anschluss. Come in.
What's that?
Brower calling from the plane. Listen.
Position 65 miles southwest harbor.
Is that the submarine?
Yes, our hunch was right.
Where are you going, Kent?
Got an idea. Call the Navy Yard and give them the location of that sub. I'll be back.
Racing down the hall, Kent darts into a vacant office, closes the door behind him. In a moment, his street clothes give way to the blue costume and brilliant red cape of Superman. Stepping to the window, he raises it.
65 miles southwest. You're in for a surprise, leopard woman. A very unpleasant surprise. Up, and away!
I must compliment you, Brower. Everything worked out to perfection.
It was better than being blown up?
Yes, far better. We should be sighting the U-21 soon. Look for a periscope. Fortunately, the sea is calm. We should have no trouble landing. Before we set the plane adrift or sink it, I should like to send a final message to our friend, Mr. Kent. It would be amusing to...
What's the matter?
I don't know. Something's wrong. The controls don't respond. We're banking.
No, it can't be.
Look! Face at the window.
I saw it. It's gone now. What's happening?
We're heading back toward land. Brower!
Cut the motor.
We're still moving. Faster than before. What's that wind?
I can't believe it. It's insane.
Brower, something is pushing us. Brower! Brower!
I don't know how you accomplished it, Kent, but if anyone ever needs the services of a Superman, I'll send him to you.
It's nice of you to say that, Major, but...
I know. It was nothing. Nothing except that a stolen plane, piloted by one of the most dangerous foreign spies in the world, suddenly comes down on the beach in a perfect three-point landing, and when the Coast Guard men haul Brower and the leopard woman out, they're so frightened they can't talk. That's nothing. Well, maybe someday you'll be able to tell me how it was done.
Perhaps. But in the meantime, I have a story to get out.
Well, then I'll leave you. Oh, by the way, how's that youngster, the one who opened up all this spy business?
Jimmy Olsen? Oh, he's fine. Mr. White, the editor, sent him to a dude ranch after he got out of the hospital. He's there now.
Well, give him my regards if you see him.
Sure thing. Bye.
Bye, Kent.
Now, to get to that story. Oh, now what? Hello. Yes, this is Clark Kent. Where? Rocky Point. Yes, I'll accept the call. Rocky Point, that's not
Jimmy is. And what he wants. Yes? Yes, hello, Jimmy. How are you? What? I can't hear you, Jim. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Were you in the accident? What? Did you say ghost car? Ghost? Now take it easy, Jimmy, and tell... Hello? Jimmy? Hello? Operator.
Well, it certainly looks like another baffling mystery is brewing. What could Jimmy have meant by a ghost car? And why was he suddenly cut off? Don't miss the next episode. It begins another thrilling adventure. Tune in and follow the story with the Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30, New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike invites you to its nationwide party. Here's how it goes. You furnish the questions, and our experts try to answer them. For every question used, Lucky Strike will reward you with $10 in defense stamps. If the question is muffed, you get a total of a $50 defense bond, plus a 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a lucky strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please carries on, as always, in its unrehearsed and unpremeditated way. Tonight, John Kieran and Franklin P. Adams are here, and as our special guests, Christopher Morley, critic, actor, and author of Kitty Foyle and other bestsellers, and that charming star of stage and screen, most recently seen in Philadelphia Story, and H.M. Pullum.
Story.
A Philadelphia Story?
The Philadelphia
All right, the Philadelphia Story. And H.M. Pullum what, Mr. Adams?
Esquire.
Thank you. Miss Ruth Hussey. And may I take a moment out for a correction, all those who are listening. Last week on this program, we announced quite blandly that Buzzard's Bay separates Martha's Vineyard from the mainland. Now, this is nonsense, and we got many letters saying so. I quote from a letter from our old friend Henry Huff of the Vineyard Gazette. Mr. Huff writes, "It is certainly Vineyard Sound which separates Martha's Vineyard from the American mainland. Vineyard Sound and no other. We always regard Buzzard's Bay," goes on Mr. Huff, "as inferior and pretty much none of our business, except that it does wash the Elizabeth Islands. I think another correct reply to the question would be the Atlantic Ocean in case the European or African mainland is meant. And so we have an apology to make. It is Vineyard Sound and not Buzzard's Bay." Mr. Kieran, you remember when old Sam Johnson was asked why he had defined a word incorrectly, he replied what?
Just ignorance.
Just
pure
ignorance. Well, that's the case here, too.
Stark ignorance, you say.
We'll begin our program with a question to which I hope I have the correct answer this evening. This comes from Mrs. Augusta White of Buffalo. I'm going to read several lines of poetry. In each one, the pronoun she is used. Just tell me which she is meant in each of these lines of poetry. Here's the first. She tore the azure robe of night and set the stars of glory there. I have three hands. Mr. Adams?
Freedom.
Freedom, yes. What are the...
From her mountain height.
Good enough. And the poem is what? What are we quoting from? You've got it, I can tell.
I don't know the name of the poem, but I think it was Joseph Rodman Drake.
It was. It's called simply The American Flag by Joseph Rodman Drake. Here's another she. And with that word, she struck me. And with that word, she struck me. I think that's a very tough line. It is not terribly memorable. Has it come to any of you, Mr. Morley? Any idea?
It sounds like Shakespeare.
It is Shakespeare. Now all we have to do is get the name of the play. Well, it's in Taming of the Shrew. Catherine is the she mentioned in her lute teacher Hortensio says, and with that word she struck me, referring to a very bad temper. Does that come back to you now, Mr. Kieran?
Yes, sir.
It does.
Too
Well,
late.
It's a little too late. Here's another she. This is a very simple one. She's my sweetheart. Who is the she? She's my sweetheart. Mr. Kieran.
She's my sweetheart. I'm her Joe.
Beau.
Well, Beau, then.
Yes? That's right. And who is the she? What's her name?
Oh.
Little Annie Rooney.
That's it.
Yes, she's my Annie, I'm her Joe. Little Annie Rooney. Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran. And I know she thinks of me. Who's the she in And I Know She Thinks of Me? Mr. Morley.
It's in Kipling's The Road to Mandalay. There's
Yes.
a Burma girl a setting, and I know she
That's
thinks of
the
me.
one. Yes, Mr. Kieran.
Supiolet.
Is that her name?
Say, just the same as
Steve
Steve
Oz Queen.
Very good. You think they had rehearsed this?
Who was Theobald, John?
Who is Thebes?
He was one of the Rajas out there.
It hasn't anything to do with Thebes, has it?
I
Mr.
always thought
Morley?
it was Sheba with a lisp.
Oh, I don't think the Cockney's lisp. I don't think so at all, Mr. Morley. How about this one from Miss Lillian B. Bradshaw of Columbus? Get 2 out of 3. Now, I'm going to describe the costume that a young lady wears, first in the morning, secondly at noon, and finally at night. And I want you to tell me in plain English what she had on, within reason. In the morning, she wore the following: a sloppy Joe, flats, slacks, and a beanie. I understand none of that. Can anyone tell me what the young lady is wearing, Miss Hussey?
Sloppy Joe is a sweater which comes down below the waist. Flats are flat-heeled shoes. A beanie is a little round cap upon her head. And what was the other one?
Slacks.
Well, slacks are...
Slacks is slacks.
Yes, I guess we do know what slacks are. Very good. What is a beanie again?
A beanie is a little round cap, a little skull cap. Which
Such
fits
as
on the back of her
freshmen
head.
wear.
And
That's
why do
right.
girls wear it, Mr. Adams?
Freshmen.
Oh, is this particularly a college costume, would you say, Miss Hussey?
No, I
That's
wouldn't.
where a beanie started in the freshman class.
The little things with those little capsules on
Yes,
the top
sir.
of them? I remember. How about this? Now, it's after lunch, and at noon she wore the following: a redingote, wedgies, and a pill box. I'm going to ask one of the gentlemen to help us out and refer any errors to Miss Hussey. Mr. Kieran.
Well, a redingote is a kind of coat, and of course it comes from the French borrowing of the English riding coat. Pillbox is
Now,
a
wait
hat.
a minute. Yes, that's perfectly true. But what is a redingote as applied to a young woman's
it's a costume, whatever you call it.
Oh, it's a special kind, though. A very special kind.
Well, I know what the wedgies are.
Well, what are the wedgies? What are wedgies?
Those shoes with that odd-shaped wedge for a heel.
No,
kind.
for a woman. For a woman. Be
Yes,
careful with
but
your
it
language.
runs up like a wedge in the back.
Yeah,
from the
that's right.
sole
They're
up.
built on a kind of platform. And finally, a pillbox.
That's a hat.
Well, in a matter of speaking,
Well, it's
yes.
one of those little round, funny-looking hats.
That doesn't describe any hat. I mean, that might do for any number of hats, Mr. Kieran. How about giving us a more precise description, Miss Hussey?
Well, I think, as I understand it, a redingote is a coat which does not meet in front, or perhaps it does at the waistline, but it is open.
Except by appointment.
Yeah, at a point.
In self-defense.
Isn't it part of a costume?
Well, and then the dress, which is very often of a different color, shows a little bit underneath, and it's a rather nice combination.
Yeah, you make it sound very attractive. And can you help Mr. Kieran out on this pillbox? He's merely said it was a funny hat.
Well, a pillbox is, as he said, a little round, funny hat which is shaped like a pillbox.
Associated with Susie.
Who's Susie? Who is Susie, Mr. Moore?
A Parisian millineress.
An odd life you've had.
I think it has to be worn tilted on one side, doesn't it, Ruth?
Miss Hussey, where is it worn? What part of the head is it worn on?
It is usually worn forward and slightly over the forehead. It may or may not be tilted.
Yes, that's right. Get that, Mr. Morley.
But didn't Susie invent it, Ruth?
I don't know.
How about this one? Now it is nighttime, and our young lady has changed costume again. She is now wearing, it says here, a chartreuse file with paillettes and a sequin Juliet. My Lord. A chartreuse file with paillettes and a sequin Juliet. Mr. Morley, you're a brave man.
Well, I can go as far as the waist. A chartreuse file would be a pale green kind of muslin with paillettes as sort of...
Wait a minute.
Sort of shiny little applique almond things.
What is that? What is that again?
Isn't that okay, Ruth?
What is file?
file is a sort of a thin chiffon muslin-esque, semi-translucent, most alluring fabric.
Oh, you got me all mixed up. Miss Hussey, is that right? Is that what file is?
I hadn't thought that was what file was. It's usually a heavier fabric and ribbed, I think.
Yes, corded. I think isn't that the important thing? It's a corded, usually silk or rayon. And what color did you say chartreuse was, Mr. Morley?
Well, I said sort of absinthe green.
Well, green is absinthe is green. Yellowish green. Is that
Yellow.
what you mean?
Yellow
yes.
chartreuse.
And what are paillettes?
I know one thing, that Papa must be in the dough.
Well, I should say paillettes are semi-metallic little ornamentations or passementerie that look like slices of almonds.
Only more so.
I'm quite confused now. And how about a sequin Juliet? What would that be?
I think that is Juliet is also a little beanie, which is worn in the evening. Juliet cap, they speak of, anyway.
Juliet Capulet,
I don't know if that's what it's referring to or not.
Yes, and sequin would be what?
Sequins are also little metallic discs.
Yeah, similar to paillettes, I suppose. Well, I think that gives us a complete description of what this woman would have on from time to time. How about this one from Dorothy Siglin of Edgewood, Rhode Island? Here's one about characters of fiction, all of whom had a desire or ambition to sit in a particular way. Tell me who they were. Get 2 out of 3. What one had a desire to sit upon the ground? As you can gather, that's part of a quotation. No, it was a man.
Oh.
Mr. Kieran.
That was King Richard II.
Yes.
For God's sakes, let's sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the deaths of kings.
That's perfect, Mr. Kieran. Yes, very good. 2 very marvelous lines, aren't they, from Richard II. Now, what character had a desire to sit in a tub of grapes? A little on the repulsive side. To sit in a tub of grapes. Any idea? It was Grandpa Jode in Grapes of Wrath. Said, I'm going to pick me a wash tub full of grapes, and I'm going to sit in them. Remember that from the movie? And how about one who had a desire to sit in the right chair? A character who wanted to sit in the right chair. Mr. Adams, is that your hand? Nervously moving around?
I don't know. That might be from the Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Yeah, it is. Right. One was too small, one was too large, and one was just right. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this from Arthur Miller of St. Paul, Minnesota? It's a simple musical question. We're going to have 4 songs or musical excerpts played for us by Mr. Kahn at the piano. I want you to identify the heavenly bodies suggested by each of them. All you have to know, really, is the title, I suppose. Let's have the first, Mr. Kahn. Miss Hussey? Star. What's the song called?
I told every little star.
Yes, that's right. Didn't expect that, Mr. Adams. Who wrote the song?
Jerome D. Kern.
Good enough, Mr. Adams. That's right. Now the second. That's perhaps a little less familiar, and it is not, I believe it is not popular unless Tin Pan Alley has heard it recently. It's by Rimsky-Korsakov. Does that come back to you, Hymn to the Sun? Is that right? How about the third? I have several hands. Miss Hussey?
My Blue Heaven.
Think not.
No?
No. No, it's a single heavenly body that's involved in this song. We'll have to count that wrong. Now, Mr. Morley, what were you going to say?
I thought it was My Blue Heaven. I still think so.
And
You
Mr.
are
Kieran,
most gallant, sir.
you and Miss Hussey are working together and striking up a beautiful friendship this way. Mr. Kieran.
Make it 3. That's what I thought, too.
You're just a
Probably
pushover
a
for Miss
moon.
Hussey. It's sitting on top of the world. Sitting on top of the world, and of
Is
course
the world a heavenly
is...
body?
Well, isn't it?
Yes,
Not
it's
right
a
now.
planet.
It looked like it.
Well, from the point of view of the man from Mars, it's a heavenly body. That gives us 2 wrong. Now the fourth and last.
Moon.
Miss Hussey, yes, the moon. What is Mr. Kahn playing?
Claire de Lune.
Claire de Lune, yes. That gives us only 2 out of 4, however, and sends a $50 defense bond instead of the Britannica to Mr. Miller. How about this one from Nancy Kadice, K-A-D-I-C-E, I may be mispronouncing that, of Brooklyn. I'm going to ask you to imagine yourself the managing editor of the following magazines. Not all at once. The Child Study magazine, the Journal of the American Medical Association, and the Police Gazette. Now, if the following artists were available to do covers, which magazine would you assign to each and why? Rembrandt, Mary Cassatt, and Rubens. Miss Hussey?
Mary Cassette for Child's Magazine.
Yes, for the Child Study Magazine.
And,
why do you say that?
Well, I've seen pictures of her. I think she did studies of mothers and children.
Yes.
Many of them.
That's quite. Very many beautiful ones. She was an American painter who lived in Paris most of her life. And now that leaves you with the Police Gazette on your hands, Miss Hussey. Mr. Morley?
Well, I would suggest Rubens, those magnificent nudes seen from behind.
Yes, what an enthusiasm, Mr. Morley. Yes, very beautiful and buxom ladies, Rubens.
Rubens.
That leaves us with the Journal of the American Medical Association, and we have only one painter left. Mr. Adams?
That would be Rembrandt with the picture of the operation.
Yes.
Lesson in Anatomy.
A lesson in anatomy,
Lesson
as
in
Miss
anatomy.
Hussey reminds us. Well, perhaps that was too easy for you experts. How about this? Well, now, so far, we have paid out one $50 defense bond and one set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And now Mr. Cross, with extreme modesty, maintains that there are several million Americans who could fill his place on this program.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd simply nominate any man or woman who smokes Luckies. For no one could tell you better than a Lucky Strike smoker how much fine tobacco means in terms of mildness and better taste. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. That's why the makers of Luckies consistently pay the price to get the finer, lighter, milder tobacco. For example, this season at auctions in Reidsville, North Carolina, the American Tobacco Company paid 38% more for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and other tobacco products. Yes, 38% above the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. And the best tobacco we buy goes into Luckies. So it goes at market after market all over the South. The result is, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mr. Fadiman, isn't that something worth remembering and worth acting on?
Mr. Cross, you've demonstrated that one fact speaks louder than 1,000 words, and it took you only 57 seconds. And now we'll go on with a question from Mr. Jerome Cox of South Bend, Indiana. Well, this is a very simple question. Get 3 out of 4 on it. Can you quote a familiar line of poetry in which some character is described in the following ways? The first character is described as envious. Envious, a line of poetry. Mr. Morley.
The envious Casca.
Yes, the envious Casca. Who is Casca?
One
See
of the
what a rent he
conspirators
made.
in Julius Caesar.
Yes, see what a rent the envious Casca made, as Mr. Adams reminds us.
I think it probably paid.
High
See what a
rent
rent
again?
the envious Casca paid.
I get it. That's very good, Mr. Adams. How about happy? Happy, a character described as happy in a line of poetry. Mr. Kieran.
Once I was happy, but now I'm forlorn.
Well, that would be
a flying trapeze.
I'll take that. And Mr. Adams?
Who is the happy warrior?
Yes. Who is he that every man in arms would wish to be? From what poem?
The Happy Warrior by Wordsworth.
By Wordsworth. Very good, Mr. Adams. Now, how about friendly? Line of poetry in which someone is described as friendly. Mr. Morley.
The cow.
Yes, the cow. Can you go on with that
The
line?
friendly cow, all red and white, I love with all my heart. She gives me cream with all her might. I forget whether it's Sheffield
Give
or
me
Borden.
apple tart.
Probably Breakstone.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. You weren't quite as enthusiastic there as you were in describing Rubens's painting, but how about sweet? Sweet. Character described as sweet in poetry, Mr. Adams.
Tobacco.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, but it isn't a line of poetry, is it?
Oh, yes, it is.
Where?
Sweet when the morn is gray, sweet when they've cleared away lunch, and at close of day, possibly sweetest.
I'd love to hear Mr. Riggs do it. Mr. Kieran, do you have another one? That's a very good
Know
one,
me
Mr.
not
Adams.
sweet, I am unkind, and so forth.
Yes, or be good, sweet maid, and let who will be clever would be still another,
Marie.
equally well known. How about this one from Miss J.G. Townley of Leonia, New Jersey? We're going to play 4 compositions, and each of them should suggest to you a famous painting. We have to get 3 out of 4. Mr. Cohen, will you give us the first? I had Mr. Kieran's hand at once on that.
That would be Rosa Bonheur's Horse Market.
Yes.
Horse Fair.
Or the Horse
Horse
Fair,
Fair.
either one. And, of course, the song that was being played.
Horses?
That's right, Crazy Over Horses. Now the second one, Mr. Cohen. Should suggest a famous painting to you. Oh, that's so pretty, Mr. Cohen. Miss Hussey, does that come back to you? What song is being played? Oh, it's a very famous old sentimental song, Mr.
It's about
Kieran.
mother, isn't it?
Yes.
And then it's Whistler's mother.
Whistler's Mother, yes. Emma's for the million things you taught me, and so forth. Whistler's Mother. How about the third? Now, what's being played? Mr. Kieran.
That's The Blue Boy by Gainsborough.
Good work. Miss Hussey, you had it at the same time.
I really did.
I'm sure you did. What was being played, Miss Hussey?
Gershwin's
Rhapsody in Blue.
Rhapsody in Blue, yes. And Gainsborough's Blue Boy would be a very good answer. Now the fourth and last. Gee, maybe we can catch you on this.
Maybe Degas, On Your Toes, ballerinas.
No, I don't think so. Is that what's being played? What's being played? Anything goes.
Anything goes, yes.
Well, I don't think that would suggest Degas necessarily. What would it suggest to you, Mr. Kieran? Mr. Morley?
Picasso.
Go gang.
Anything goes?
Anything go gang.
Anything go gang. I think
anything Van Gogh.
Surrealism. Any surrealism.
Yes, maybe Salvador Dali. What did you say? Anything?
I said anything Van Gogh.
Gets worse and worse. Yes, I think Mr. Adams's reply would be very apt. Any surrealist, Dali perhaps, or any other. Well, we got at least 3 out of 4 on that. How about this from Dorothy Roth of Philadelphia? Can you name for us a motion picture or a play which reaches a climax when the central character, in the first place, is tempted to betray his revolutionary friends? A movie in which that was the climax. Miss Hussey?
Watch on the Rhine.
No, I don't think he is tempted to betray him, though. At any
perhaps you're
point.
right.
He's heroic all the way
isn't.
through. I should think The Informer. Do you remember The Informer?
yes.
Wonderful picture of some years ago, in which that was one of the central climax. How about this one? In this case, the central character faces a choice between betraying the people who believe in him and returning to the life of a hobo. What picture am I describing? Miss Hussey?
John Doe.
Yes, Meet John Doe. Very good. And how about this one? And here, the climax is reached when the central character has to choose between marriage with economic security, odd name for a woman, and a struggling career as a surgeon. Has to choose between marriage with economic security and a struggling career as a surgeon.
Would that be Men in White?
Men in White, Miss Hussey. Very good. You have a very good memory for plays, and the others here go to plays, too, but they just don't remember them. Here's one from Elsie J. Ettinger of Los Angeles. Can you quote 4 lines of poetry for us that mention 4 different spirits or supernatural creatures? Any one will do. Angels, gnomes, elves, kobolds. Mr. Kieran, want to start us off?
I can call spirits from the vasty deep.
Well, that gives us all the spirits at once. Mr. Adams.
Angels and ministers of grace.
Very good, yes. The angels are the ones we're referring to.
Defenders.
Supernatural, yes.
Defenders.
That gives us 1 line. How about another? Any line of poetry?
It was a terrible line in The Black Crook. I know him personally.
That's worse than you think it is, Mr. Morley.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. I knew how bad it was.
Mr.
Such
Kieran.
strains as would have won the ear of Pluto to have quite set free his half-regained Eurydice. Pluto is in there.
That's beautiful.
Isn't that all right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kieran. Yes, Pluto. That's the name of one. Sure, Miss Hussey.
I remember a part of a line. I don't know if that will do it. Something about the gnomes and elves and the squidgy scum squeeze that
Swallers
swallow
themselves,
themselves. And it was from The Raggedy Man.
Is that right,
by,
Mr. Adams?
That's right.
Very good. Well, that gives us... That gives
All
us...
about giants and griffins and elves and the
That's
squidgy come
it.
squeeze that swallows themselves.
Thank you very much. That gives us a half a dozen in 1 line. Well, there are lots of lines with the word ghost in them, I guess. Mr. Kieran, maybe
With
you
a
can give us
ghost
one.
doll.
With a ghost
yes,
doll. Yeah, that's the one I meant.
The goblins will get you if you don't
The goblins
watch
will
out,
get
too.
you. Oh, Mr. Adams, I dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair. Swallow that one. Here's one from Margaret L. Brown of this city. It's about nursery rhymes. I want you to get 2 out of 3 on this. In nursery rhymes, can you tell me who refused to extend credit to a prospective customer? These are going to be very elegantly phrased. Miss Hussey?
And you haven't a penny. Who was it? The little, oh, dear. Yes, Simple Simon.
That was Mr. Morley saying Simple Simon, Miss Hussey.
Well, it was the pieman, really, but that's what Miss Hussey meant.
That's right. Now, how about this? Who practiced diversification of crops? Diversification of crops. Mr. Morley?
Oh, the old woman who lived in a shoe.
Well, no, she had only one kind of crop. Infants.
Yes, but they were the...
Mr. Kieran?
Well, I know someone who sewed silver bells and cockle shells.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, and you forgot
Mary,
most
Mary,
important.
quite contrary.
Yes, the Mary, Mary, and pretty maids all in a row. That would be a diversified crop. Which one had a solution to the housing problem?
Well, that was the old woman who lived in a shoe.
Yes, I can think of another even more convenient solution to the housing problem.
There
Miss
was
Hussey.
an old woman who lived under a hill, and if she's not gone, she's living there still.
Well, that's very good. That's very dogmatic about it, Miss Hussey. Yeah. Mr.
I think you mean Peter Pumpkin Eater.
I was
don't you?
thinking of Peter, though Miss Hussey's answer is perfectly good. How did Peter solve the housing
Had a wife
problem?
and couldn't keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well.
Yes, it's a classic solution. How about this? From Mrs. Pearl E., Mayor of Woodside, Long Island. What part of your face or head is your philtrum? That's Philtrum. Miss Hussey, you probably never knew you had a little philtrum.
No,
You have any idea where it is? You have no idea at all, eh? Do you know where your philtrum is, Mr. Kieran?
I do not.
And you all have little philtrums, as a matter of fact. It's a little groove in your upper lip. You see that little thing you have in your upper lip? A very nice one in the case of Miss Hussey. That's a philtrum.
Well, that's a philtrum, isn't it?
That's a philtrum.
I can't
Now,
see mine anymore.
Where is or where are your nares? N-A-R-E-S. Oh, I have several hands on that. Mr. Adams.
Those are the nostrils.
Those are the nostrils. I guess it's just Latin for nostrils.
Oh, no, it's crossword.
And finally, where is your maxilla? Your maxilla. Mr. Kieran.
That's your jawbone.
Yes, your jawbone. It's mentioned in the Bible, though not,
Right.
again, who was it that slaughtered the Philistines with a maxilla? Samson slaughtered the Philistines with a maxilla of an ass. That's right. And
That's right.
I think that's about all we'll have time for. We got 3 out of 3 on that. And here's Mr. Cross, who says that if you're looking for a milder, better-tasting cigarette, the answer is in the palm of your hand.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain that often a tobacco expert examining tobacco will crumple it in the palm of his hand and then, critically, inhale the fragrance. Now, this same test of tobacco quality is one you can make yourself. Just do this. Split open a Lucky Strike cigarette. Crumple the tobacco between your palms and breathe in the fragrance. We think it will win you to Lucky's. You see, fine aroma is one of the many hallmarks of fine tobacco. And smokers, it's fine tobacco that has made Lucky's the overwhelming preference of independent tobacco experts. At market after market, they see us pay the price to get the milder, better-tasting leaf. For example, at auctions in Conway, South Carolina this season, the American Tobacco Company paid 34% more than the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. And at Valdosta, Georgia, we paid 45% more. So it goes all over the South. And the best tobacco we buy goes into Lucky's. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this is something you can prove to yourself by making this simple test of the quality of Lucky Strike right in the palm of your own hand.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. This evening, Lucky Strike has cheerfully paid out just one $50 defense bond and one set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Thank you, Miss Hussey, and thank you, Mr. Morley, for attending our party tonight. Now, next week, our 3 regulars, Oscar Levant, John Kieran, and Franklin P. Adams, will be on deck to do their stuff. But as to next week's guest, well, we had a nice one all ready to announce when he suddenly remembered, this is true, he suddenly remembered that next week is Friday the 13th. Now, it so happens that this fellow wouldn't walk under a ladder if Ruth Hussey were waiting there for him. So I'm sorry, but we'll just have to let you know during the week who the guest expert will be. Just watch the papers for the name. Now remember, for every question answered correctly, the sender gets $10 in defense stamps. And for every question that stumps our board, you get a total of a $50 defense bond. And in addition, the complete 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Remember to send your letters with questions and the correct answers to Information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
When
you hear that chant, ladies and gentlemen, remember these 2 important facts, that at market after market we pay the price to get the milder, better-tasting tobaccos, and that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts, and Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
This program came to you from New York.
This program comes to you by electrical transcription. The Treasury Star Parade. with Mary Jane Walsh, Paul Lucas, Mady Christians, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus, and Frederick March as master of ceremonies. Our slogan, Millions for Defense.
Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom is what we're selling. Any bonds today?
This is Frederick March, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the new series of programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. Let's start with a brand new song by Irving Berlin, with Mary Jane Walsh, Al Goodman's orchestra and chorus. It's called This Time.
Was not so long ago we sailed to meet the foe and thought our fighting days were done.
We thought the fighting days were done.
Now our fighting men are over there again to win the war that wasn't won.
We're ready to go this time. We will all make certain that this time is the last time.
This time we will not say curtain till we ring it down in their own hometown. For this time we are out to finish the job we started then.
And we'll be there to
clean it up for all time this time, so we won't have to do it again. So this time we will all make certain that this time is the last time. This time we will not say curtain till we ring it down in their own hometown. For this time we are out to finish the job we started then. Clean it up for all time this time,
so we won't have to do it again. That we won't have to do it again.
Thank you, Mary Jane Walsh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I should like you to meet two very good friends of ours, Paul Lucas and Mady Christians, who have made a special trip in from Philadelphia where they are playing in Lillian Hellman's Watch on the Rhine. Hello, Paul and Mady. We're happy to have you with us.
And we are happy to be here, Freddie.
I see. All rehearsed, huh? You remember what we talked about, Mady, the last time we met?
Yes. We talked about being afraid.
And there was one man at the table who said he had never been afraid. That only cowards are afraid.
That's not true. We're all of us afraid sometimes. I don't care who we are. At some time or other in our lives, something happens. A crisis of some sort, and we are horribly afraid.
The most magnificent thing about man is that he's capable of rising above his fear. There is something in him, a will, an indomitable spirit which in moments of great danger transcends even his greatest fears and carries him through. Most of us here in America are a little afraid today, a little frightened of the future and what we have to do, I think. But that is not going to stop us from doing it.
In our play, there's such a scene. Kurt Müller has been doing underground work against the Nazi terror in Germany. For 7 years, he and his American wife, Sarah, and their 3 children have been wanderers all over the face of Europe, wherever his work would take him.
And wherever the danger of the Gestapo would drive him.
And then at last, broken in spirit and body, hounded by the Gestapo, he escaped with his family to America, to the home of Sarah's mother in Washington. Now, at last, they were away from it all, the dangers, the horrors, safe in the peace, the security, the freedom of America. And for the first time in years, they were happy.
And then one day, danger came again. From a Count Peck de Brankowitz, who suspected my identity.
At the same time came the alarming news that Kurt's friends in Germany, who were working for free Europe from Nazi despotism, had been captured by the Gestapo. That if the work was to go on, Kurt must return immediately to Germany to help them escape. But between Kurt and his mission stood the sneering, implacable figure of Peck de Brankowitz.
Your hands are shaking.
Herr Müller. My hands were broken in 1935. They are bad when I have fear. I understand that you are not a man of fears, Count de Brankovic. And that is so strange to me. Because I am a man who has so many fears.
Yes, Kurt was afraid. My husband, the bravest of all men, was still afraid. Later, when Ted was gone and only my mother left with us, I turned and spoke to him. What happened, Kurt?
The telephone was from Mexico. Ilse received the cable. Early in the morning, they caught Trist and Ebert, and an hour later, they took Max in Berlin.
After so many years. If Max got caught, then nobody's got a chance. Nobody.
But you're here. You're in this country. They can't do anything to you. They wouldn't be crazy enough to try it.
There's nothing to worry about as long as Kurt is in this house, Mother. But Kurt must go back to get Ebert, Trista, and Max. Is that right, Kurt? Is that right?
Yes, darling. I must try. They were taken to Sonnenburg, and guards can be bribed there. It has been done once before at Sonnenburg. We'll try for it again. I must get back, sir. I must start.
Of course you must go back. I guess I was trying to think it wouldn't come, but... Kurt's got to go back, Mother. He's got to go home. He's got to buy them out. He'll do it, too, you'll see. It's hard enough to get back. Very hard. But if they knew he was coming... They want Kurt bad. Almost as much as they wanted Max. And then there are hundreds of others, too. Kurt, darling, don't be scared. You'll get back. You'll see. You'll get Max out, all right? And then you'll do his work, won't you? That's good. That's fine. You'll do a good job the way you've always done. Kurt doesn't feel well, Mother. He was wounded. And he gets tired. You don't feel well, do you, Kurt? Don't be scared, darling. You'll get home. Don't worry. You'll get home. Yes, you will.
We have a portrayal of the fear of two people and the triumph of the unconquerable human spirit. If any of you has ever been afraid, and if you've ever felt that overpowering sense of fear and panic come over you, just remember this. Fear is the most basic instinct in mankind. But everything man has ever achieved or accomplished, he has done as a result of overcoming that fear. And there's one other thing. We've been taught from earliest childhood, thou shalt not kill. Is there ever any justification for killing, for taking the life of another human being? Well, let's see. What do we men want out of life? What do we work for and strive for? We want a home, family, security for our loved ones, the right to plan and work and build and be free men. And when we see these things imperiled, the lives of our loved ones threatened, the prospect of our lands wasted and our homes ruined, when we see that the tyrant would make free men slaves and liberty a myth, turn our whole American dream into a nightmare, and ravage and destroy our civilization, we realize that in order to protect and preserve these things, we may even have to kill. This same problem comes to Kurt Müller. When his own safety and the safety of his family, his friends, and his cause are threatened by the man de Brankovic, he does away with him. And now, before he leaves on his dangerous mission, he tries to explain to his wife's family, who do not yet know what has happened, what he has done and why.
I do what must be done. How can I make you understand? I've stopped a man's life. I sit here and listen to him. You will not believe me, but I pray I will not have to touch him. And then I know I will have to. I know if I do not, it is only that I pamper myself and risk the lives of others. I know what I must do. All right.
Shall I pretend our sorrow? Shall I pretend it's not me who acts thus? No. I do it. I have done it. And I will do it again. And I will always keep my hope that we may make a world in which all men can die in bed. I have a great hate for the violent. They are the sick of the world. Maybe I am sick now, too.
You're not sick. Stop that. It's late. You must go soon.
Maybe all that I have ever wanted is a land that would let me have you. Now I wish to talk to the children. Come here. Let us get straight together, the four of us. Do you remember when we read Les Miserables? You remember that we talked about it afterwards, and Bodo got candy on Mama's bed. Well, Jean Valjean stole bread. The world is out of shape, we said, when there are hungry men. And until it gets in shape, men will always steal and lie and kill. But for whatever reason it's done, and whoever does it, you understand it is all bad. I want you to remember that. Whoever does it, it's bad. But you will live to see the day when it will not have to be. All over the world, in every place, in every town, there are men who will make sure it will not have to be. In every town, every village, every mud hut in the world, there is always a man who will fight to make this a good world to live in. And now goodbye, Sarah. Men who wish to live have the best chance to live. I wish to live. I wish to live with you. Wait for me. I shall try to come back for you. Or you shall come to me. At Hamburg the boat will come in. And it will be a fine and a safe land. And I'll be waiting on the dock for you. And there will be the four of you, and Fanny and David. And I will have ordered an extra big dinner. And we will show them what our Germany can be like.
Thank you, Paul Lucas and Mary Christian. You have brought to us in vivid language, with superb acting, a reminder of the most important truth we must face in our world today. We know we have a difficult job before us, the most difficult job ever faced by any people in the history of the world. But no matter what the cost, we know that we are right. We are going to do our job and do it well. We are going to make the world a good place to live in once again. If all the decent things in life, home, family, freedom, are worth having, they are worth fighting for. And we at home can fight in many different ways. Do your job. Do it the best way you know how, and save. Buy defense bonds and stamps. Save to save your country. Budget a part of your income every week and join the Treasury payroll savings plan wherever you work. Defense bonds and stamps are your way of investing in America. It's your country. Keep it yours.
The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this performance. Frederick March, who acted as our Master of Ceremonies, Mary Jane Walsh, Paul Lucas, and Mady Christians. Orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman. Writing by Hal Block, John Latouche, and Malcolm Meacham. Produced by William A. Bacher. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Gangbusters, brought to you by the makers of Sloan's Liniment.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld. Tonight, the case of the Black Bottom Bandit, the gay young Southern killer who used two weapons, a machine gun and a clarinet.
But before we begin tonight's case, let's consider the cases of all you folks who find that March dampness almost always plagues you with muscular aches and pains. Well, there's no need for you to endure the discomfort of a stiff neck or sore shoulder. Just reach for your bottle of Sloan's liniment and enjoy the same quick and comforting relief that Sloan's has brought to thousands during the past 50 years. You'll find Sloan's the easiest of liniments to apply. All you have to do is pat on Sloan's liniment, that's all. Pat Sloan's on the sore place and relax. In practically no time at all, you'll feel a gentle and beneficial warmth. The sign that Sloan's liniment is going to work just like a heat treatment to loosen your tight and aching muscles. Because Sloan's liniment brings you this relief, the relief you want. You should have a bottle of this reliable friend in need on your medicine shelf at all times. For muscular distress often strikes without warning. And the faster you apply Sloan's liniment, the sooner you'll be your old self once again. So tonight, after our thrilling gangbuster dramatization, take a look at your medicine shelf. If you see that your bottle of Sloan's is almost empty, be sure to stop in at your druggist's for Sloan's liniment first thing tomorrow. Now, picture our setting as a special office turned over to gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, now serving with the United States Army, interviews by proxy Superintendent George Rayer of the New Orleans Police Department. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Superintendent Rayer, you say that music and dancing played an important part in tonight's case?
A very important part, Colonel Schwarzkopf.
That's what I want out of life. Music, dancing. To have 100 girls falling on my neck. Hear 'em call me the big shot. All I need is the money, and I'll get that with this.
Yes, Colonel, in an effort to be considered a big shot, Earl Joyner turned gunman, but was captured. Then on May 13th, 1932, he shot one of the prison guards and escaped with 2 other convicts. They fled to Texas, where Earl Joyner set up headquarters in a house on the outskirts of Houston.
Got it, will you, Joyner? Playing that same thing over and over again?
Yeah, lay off, Joyner. It gives me the willies.
You guys don't appreciate hot music.
I'd appreciate some of that money you said we was going to make.
Me too.
Well, what do you think I've been doing the past 3 weeks? I got plans all drawn up and plotted out. I got the blueprints of the inside of every bank within 100 miles.
How about going into action? Cut the kidding, Joyner. Lay off that clarinet and talk with us, will you?
Okay. To lead the kind of life I want, boys, nightclubs, baby dolls, expensive clothes, you gotta have money. But we're not going after chicken feed, we're going after the stuff. Now, pull your chairs up the table and I'll lay the plans out and show you stuff. I got every detail worked out. Now, take a look at these drawings.
Say, this is something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you had brains, Joyner, but I didn't know you had this many.
I'm going to explain those plans to you in just a minute. But first, here's the basis of my planning. We're going to have machine guns, and we're going to use them. We're going to mow people down. We aren't going to stop and tell people to get out of the way. We're going to shoot them out of the way. All right, now look at these plans. Bank after bank we're going to take. And we're going to take them over with machine gun bullets. We'll shoot up the banks so they won't even know what we look like.
Emergency. Bank robbery at First National Bank, Springs, Texas. 3 gunmen armed with machine guns shut up bank as they fled. Urgent. Alla, Louisiana bank robbed of over $6,000. Warning. Criminals have machine guns. All police. Merchants and Farmers Bank, Grapeland, Texas. Raided by machine gun bandits.
Okay, boys, give the people in this bank another blast, one they'll never forget.
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. You're right. This sure is a life. Plenty of dough and one nightclub after another.
Yeah, boy.
Look at Blondie over there, Johnny. Look at Blondie.
Yeah, boy, she's swinging out. The crest of the waves, boys. We're riding the crest of the waves. Hey, what's the matter? No music? Oh, we gotta have music. Hey, band leader, come here.
Yes, sir. You want me?
Yeah. I want you to play Black Bottom. It's my favorite song.
But we just played that a few minutes ago.
It's all right. I'm paying, ain't it? Here's $100.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, just a second. Here's another 100.
Oh, thanks.
You're talking to a big shot now. Go on, play the Black Bottom and play it hot.
Yes, sir. I'll play that number right away, sir. All right, boys. The Black Bottom, and give it everything you got.
You know, Joyner, I think we've shot up more banks in a shorter time than any gang that ever operated.
We ought to get a good haul from this bank in Ponchatoula. How's it feel to have a rope tied around your neck, Mr. Bank President?
He doesn't look much like a bank president now, does he?
Oh, it's the biggest stunt you ever pulled, Joyner. Kidnapping this guy from his house to make him open the bank vault.
But you better loosen that rope a bit. You don't want the guy to croak on us before we get to the bank.
Hey, which road do I take, Joyner?
On to the left. The bank's up the street to the left there.
Okay. Well, for Pete's sake.
Say, what is this?
All these wagons and stuff.
Pull up.
Oh, girl there. Howdy, dear. How's the crop coming? Back up, girl. Back up. There's the girl.
Must be market day.
Yeah, and the sap farmer's got the whole road blocked for the horses and wagons.
They're all around the bank, too. They'd spot us in a second if we try to go in.
Looks like the job's off.
A couple of those farmers are looking this way. They may spot this bank president in the car and know something's wrong.
We better get out of here. Turn up the side road fast.
That's what I call a rotten break.
Yeah, now we can't use this bank president. What are we going to do with him?
Chuck him out.
He may go to the cops.
He's got a wife and kids. If he puts the cops on our trail, we'll come back and kill him. You hear that, mister?
Yes.
Okay, get out.
I can't. If you slow down...
Slow down nothing. Jump.
I'll be killed.
You don't want to jump. Oh, well, I'll kick you out.
Just slow down first, please. We're going 60.
The more you get hurt, the better I like it. Come on, fellas, kick him out. See him go flying?
Yeah, bounce for 20 yards.
Well, where to now, Joyner?
I don't know. Hey, wait. There's one town I haven't seen yet. New Orleans.
That's right. They say they got some swell dance halls down there.
Yeah, and Creole babes. That's where we'll head, Davis. New Orleans, the land of dreams. We'll bust it wide open.
Look out! Open fire, men. Fast!
You imagine they sideswiped our car without crashing.
Any of cars and after them. Come on. Step on it. They're getting away. Turn on that searchlight. They got around that bend in the road. Look. Looks like a trail of gasoline in the center of the road. We must have plugged their gas tanks. Can't get far. They can't get off this road. Swamps on both sides. Faster, faster. Hold it. Car up ahead. It stopped. Pull up to it. But we set to shoot. It's the bandit car. There are the bullet holes. Car's empty. Flash that searchlight around. Right, Sheriff. Don't see anything. Wait. Turn the light back to the left a bit. Yeah? Those cypress trees, the other side of the canal. By George, there they are, climbing up the other side of the canal.
There they are.
Get them. Too late. They got away through the trees. Pete. Yes, Sheriff. Race to the nearest phone. Have men approach that area from the other side of the swamp.
Yes, sir.
The rest of you come with me. We're going to swim this canal after.
Right, Sheriff.
Yes.
Certainly exciting action, Superintendent Rayer. But before you tell us the outcome of this chase, Frank Gallup has a word from our sponsor.
Day and night, freight trains and motor trucks are crisscrossing this country, freighting the materials of war to the men of the services. The men who handle these tough jobs deserve the thanks of the nation. With all the rest of you who are in important jobs, they've taken a pledge that now work comes first. That means staying in good health so that you can do a good job. I guess that's why so many thousands on thousands of you now keep a bottle of reliable Sloan's liniment in your locker at the plant, as well as another bottle on your medicine shelf at home. For you've learned from bitter experience that muscular aches and pains often strike suddenly, especially when you're on a strenuous and tiring job. Sloan's, you'll learn, takes hardly any time at all to apply. During your lunchtime or after work, all you have to do is pat on some Sloan's liniment, and then relax for a short while. Sloan's does the rest, working like a heat treatment to help you find the quick and comforting relief you want so much. In many jobs, you're liable to suffer muscular distress from all three of the main causes: overexertion, accident, or overexposure to chilling weather. Sloan's, a real friend in need, will help loosen and relax your sore and aching muscles, whatever the cause. Remember that when you use Sloan's liniment, you needn't endure hard and painful rubbing or massage. All you do is pat on this world-famous liniment. Just pat Sloan's on the sore place and relax. If you've never used Sloan's liniment, you'd do well to stop in at your favorite druggist's on your way home from work tomorrow and get a bottle. If you're one of the millions of Sloan's regular users, always be sure you have a fairly full bottle. An empty bottle of Sloan's is no help at all when you want relief in a hurry. Now back to our interview at headquarters.
Now, Superintendent Rayer, did Earl Joyner and his gang escape the posse that waylaid them in the swamps?
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf, they did escape. And they seemed to disappear off the face of the map. 3 weeks later, Chief Grosh of the New Orleans Police and his Lieutenant Schwem were covering the nightclubs of New Orleans.
It's after 2 in the morning, Chief Grosh. Don't you think we ought to call it a night?
Oh, I guess so, Lieutenant Schwem. Perhaps we are on a wild goose chase.
Yeah.
But I want to get that killer, Joyner.
We've been covering every New Orleans nightclub for weeks now. Joyner was here. We'd run into him before this.
Yeah, but nightclubs and girls and hot music are his weakness. Wait, Schwem. There's the Kit Kat Club up the street. We haven't covered that for a couple of hours.
I've never seen anybody so persistent as you are, Chief Grosh. You got on a trail of someone.
Joyner is a maniac with a gun. His whole gang is. Oh, well, we can give the place the once-over from this door.
Quite a crowd inside.
Yeah, but no sign. Lieutenant.
Yes, Chief?
That table in the far corner. Those men sitting at it.
Davis.
And Morgan. But I don't see Joyner.
No, I don't either.
Problem is, how are we going to approach that table without them spotting us?
They'll have guns. If they ever start shooting at all these people inside...
Yeah, it'll be a wholesale murder. But look, I got an idea.
What, Chief?
Here's a couple of waiters' aprons. We'll put these on.
Say, that's a swell idea.
Yeah. Come on, tie this string in back of me.
Yeah, but think we ought to carry a tray or something?
No, these aprons should do the trick.
No. I'm all set.
Now remember, Schwem, we've got to grab them before they can pull a gun.
Yeah.
If they spot us before we grab them, jump for the table.
Right.
Knock it over on top of them. And pull the tablecloth over the head.
Right.
All right. Through this door. Now, not too fast, Schwem. Not too fast.
Right.
If they spot us, dive for the table.
Morgan's looking this way.
Yeah. Keep walking. A few more steps and...
He sees us.
Dive for them fast. Drop it. Drop that gun.
Okay, don't shoot. I give up.
Put cuffs on him, Lieutenant.
All right. Gosh, that fellow dancing toward that exit.
It's Joyner. Hold these fellas. I'll go get him.
All right.
Joyner, look out! Cops! No,
No, you don't, Joyner. Come here.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Want to put up a fight, eh?
No, I give up.
Bet your life you do. Come on, Joyner. Start walking. Your dancing days are over.
Colonel Schwarzkopf, Joyner and his gang was sentenced from 27 to 46 years in Angola prison. But less than a year later, September 10th, 1933...
They got them put away for life. But they're wrong. They built up a new gang right here inside the prison. Some of the worst killers in the country. Wouldn't want to meet us up a dark alley, would you? Well, you will. We're getting out today during the ball game. We got guns, and we're getting out during the ball game. Okay, boys, now's the time. Shoot in the crowd. Kill him, kill him! Make for the front gate, come on! There's a guard. Shoot him! Back to this building. Visitor running this way. Plug him, don't wait, plug him! Okay, hold it. Yeah? What is it, Joyner? The captain of the guard should be at the front gate. He'll have the keys. There he is. He don't see us. Kill him. That got him. We'll grab the keys and get out of here. Come on, fast.
Statewide alarm. Emergency. 13 convicts, led by Earl Joyner, have shot way out of prison. 3 men killed, including captain of guards. Killers are heading north. Block all roads and form posses. Special bulletin to all posses. 8 of escaped convicts were surrounded and captured after gun battle near Rolling Creek. 1 convict killed. This accounts for 8 of the 13 who escaped.
Sheriff's posse reporting. 4 more convicts have just been recaptured when they wrecked car near White's Gully. They are now on their way back to jail.
To all posses in the field, Earl Joyner, only convict at large, has escaped into wooded swamp on outskirts of Houston. All posses close in.
Cops, after me. It only stopped raining so I can see something. It's so dark. Gotta find some place to hide till morning. Oh, my face. Barbed wire fence. Oh, I'm all cut. I'm bloody.
Keep going, men. You went this way. Keep going.
Right after me. Which way to turn? Gotta find some place to hide. What's that? Pigs. A pig pen. Maybe I can hide in there. Out of my way, you rotten pigs. If I can bury myself in the muck in this pig pen. Ooh, my face.
Come on, men. Try to get you far away. That's right, Sheriff.
Flash your lights around. Listen to the pigs. Wonder what they're so excited about.
Probably the storm. Turn your light on them.
Yeah, I guess so.
It looks like a barn over there. Might be in that barn. Come on.
Right.
Get your snoot out of my face, you dumb pig. Oh, my face hurts. But I fooled the cops. Yeah, I'll hide here all night and then I'll get away. I gotta get away.
Who are you? What do you mean bursting into my house this way?
Shut up, farmer. Open your mouth and I'll kill you.
Yeah, all right.
You're gonna hide me, see? I need clothes and food, and I need medicine for my face. It's all cut and swollen. Those cops got me crazy, running and hiding and running. I can't stand no more. I'll kill you. I'll kill everyone. What's that? Coppers outside in the car.
Yeah.
You want to die? You want to die right now?
No.
And don't tell them about me. I gotta hide. I can... One of those rafters up by the ceiling. I can climb up there. All right. Keep facing me while I climb up.
Yes.
One bullet will kill you, and I got plenty.
No, don't shoot.
There. I'm all set now, Palmer. The gun's pointing right down at you through these cracks in the lumber.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Sheriff.
Jim, we're looking for an escaped convict. You seen anything of a stranger around these parts?
No, Sheriff.
Well, he's here somewhere. We've been trailing him 2 days now. We won't stop till we get him.
Yes.
Hey, what's that?
What?
That noise. Came from the rafters up there.
Rafters? I didn't hear anything. Probably some chipmunks got in up there.
Jim, you feeling all right?
Yes.
Your face is pale.
I'm all right.
You say you haven't seen anything of a stranger at all?
Oh, no, Sheriff, no.
Well, then I won't take up any more of your time. All right, boys. Outside.
Yes, Sheriff. All right, let's go.
How's it going, Jim? But I'm taking you with me. All right, Jim. You can talk now. He's in there, isn't he?
Yes, Sheriff. Up on the rafters. He's got a gun.
I knew something was wrong the way you acted. You'll get him. Keep your guns on that door, men.
Right.
Join us in there. If he tries to come out, shoot.
Right.
Phil, you come with me.
Right.
We'll go around back and climb in through the window. Come on. Here we are. I'll go in first.
Careful, Sheriff. He's got a gun.
Give me a hand. I'll pull you in. Ready now. Okay, Joyner. We have you surrounded. Come down from those rafters or I'll shoot up through the floor. I'll give you just 5 seconds, Joyner.
Look. His hand falling over the side of the plank.
Dropping his gun. Wait a minute. Maybe a trick. Oh. See his body. Slipping off the rafters.
He's falling down.
Look out. He's unconscious.
What's wrong with him?
Roll him over. Look at his face. It's fallen twice its right size. You can't even see his eyes.
He's burning up with fever.
It's all infected.
Blood poisoning?
Most likely.
What a sight he is.
Yes. Looks like Joyner outsmarted himself for good this time. All right. Help me lift him. Yep. We'll get him to the prison hospital. And Earl Joyner had outsmarted himself, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Though he always claimed he'd never die in a prison, he died in the prison hospital 2 days later, and from infection on his face caused by his hiding in the pig pen, and the pigs sloshing the filth all over him.
This has been a powerful case, Superintendent Ryer. Here was a young man who deliberately turned to crime at the age of 22. How old was he when he died?
Just 23. He thought he was too smart for the law, and he really met his death from the pigs.
Thank you, Superintendent Ryer. And now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, here is Frank Gallup with a suggestion.
These days, the youngsters practically live in their roller skates, even clumping up and down the stairs despite all your warnings. And, of course, they fall occasionally. So that means reaching for your bottle of reliable Sloan's liniment. Yes, for the past 2 generations, mothers all over the world have helped their children find relief from muscular aches and pains with Sloan's, the family friend in need. All you need do is pat on Sloan's, that's all. Just pat Sloan's on that black and blue mark. Or Charlie horse, and tell Sister Sue or young Bobby to stay quiet for a while. In a very few minutes, they'll feel that gentle and beneficial warmth begin to chase the ache right out of their sore and hurting muscles. For Sloan's, like a heat treatment, brings you quick and comforting relief without any painful rubbing or massage. That's why millions count on Sloan's liniment whenever any member of the family is suffering from muscular distress. Many of you I know always make sure there's a bottle of Sloan's on your medicine shelf at all times. Just the same, before you go to bed tonight, just check your supply. The past few weeks have been pretty wet and blustery. The kind of weather that so frequently brings stiff necks and sore backs with it. Perhaps your bottle of Sloan's liniment is practically empty. If it is, make a note to get Sloan's liniment from your druggist tomorrow. It's wise to be prepared. And now, the clues. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. For Sloan's Liniment next week, the amazing narrative of Fantasy Farms, a mysterious mansion guarded by an electric eye, dungeons sunk deep into the earth, ammunition hidden in the walls, trick furniture that held enough guns to blow up a battalion of invaders. And still the law enforcement authorities were able to cope with this secret gang, smoke them out of their lair, and break up this vicious mob for all time. Don't miss this gripping Phillips H. Lord public service dramatization of Gangbusters. Give to the Red Cross War Relief Fund and give generously today through your local chapter.
At ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
you, just for you. And I'll make a string of pearls out of the dew. For you, just for you. Over the highway and way over the street, great big fat carpets of clover I will lay at your feet. Oh, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you. All for you. I'll do it all for you.
I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, for I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky, for I only have eyes for you. I don't know if we're in a garden or on a crowded avenue. So am I. Maybe millions of people go by, but they all disappear from view. And I only have eyes for you.
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Memories of You, I Know That You Know, Laura, Idaho, Sentimental Journey, For You, Let's Take the Long Way Home, I Only Have Eyes for You, A Little on the Lonely Side, and Once in a While. Seaman First Class Alvino Ray conducted the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra, featuring the King Sisters. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hi, fellas. May I come in? The old AEF jukebox is loaded with records, and I'm loaded with nickels that'll buy the bands and tunes you've asked for. We've got something old by Glenn Miller, something fairly new by Tommy Dorsey, something wonderful by Woody Herman, and, well, I don't quite know how to describe this other record. We'll wait till we get to it and let you do the describing. Opus number 1 by Tommy Dorsey seems like a logical starter, so here it is, Opus number 1. was Opus number 1 by Tommy Dorsey, sent by special delivery to the 53rd Armored Infantry Battalion. Hi, 53rd Armored Infantry Battalion. I hope you're on the beam. Now, here comes that record that I'm not quite so sure about. There's a certain sergeant at APO 702-1 named George L. Carlisle. Well, George listens to the jukebox every chance he gets, but he's not too crazy about pop records. From his letters, I found that he's a classical man. Or, to be more to the point, George is he's an icky. But I do know that he likes piano, so we're going to mix the icky with the boogie-woogie. Yep, concert pianist Jose Iturbi is going to play some boogie-woogie. It's called Boogie Woogie Etude. How about that? Boogie Woogie Etude. Oh, well, here it is. And now here's Woody Herman's band featuring Johnny Hodges. No, I'm not mixed up, so stop yelling at the radio. Sure, Johnny's with the Duke's band, but for some reason or other, he sat in on this recording date with Woody, which should be okay by everyone. And with your permission, I'd like to dedicate this to Al Edmonds, Bob Knight, Don McMullen, and Joel Swanson, better known as the Wags of Waggy. Here it is now. Hey, I just figured something out. The reason for Johnny Hodges playing this tune with Woody Herman. This tune was written for Johnny. It's I Didn't Know About You, which, as you probably know, was originally a Duke Ellington tune under the title of Sentimental Lady. If I make myself confusing. Well, here it comes. I Didn't Know About You. Woody himself sings the words.
I ran around with my own little crowd, the usual laughs, not often but loud, and in the world that I knew, I didn't know about you. Chasing after the ring on the merry-go-round, just taking my fun where it could be found, and yet what else could I do? I didn't know about you. Darling, now I know yesterday. Every day in your arms, I know for once in my life I'm living. Had a good time every time I went out. Romance was a thing I kidded about. How could I know about love? I didn't know about you.
We keep right on going for PFC Emery K. Brown at APO 986 and PFC Gordon Wiggins of 27. The PFC department seems to favor Glenn Miller's record of In the Mood. And so G.I. Jive number 901 is a thing of the past. But tomorrow, about this same time, G.I. Jive number 902. I hope you'll be listening. Until then, this is Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Jungle Jim, weary with the efforts of the past months, secretly boards a liner for the Far East and settles down to enjoy the rest that only a long sea voyage can give. Shanghai Lil finally wheedles out of the naval commandant at Puerto Rico enough information to realize that Jim is headed for Singapore and prepares to follow him. Even though Jim ferreted out and destroyed the secret sub-nest in the Caribbean, some of the Axis sea wolves are still operating in those waters without the benefits of a base, and one of them is now in communication with its home port by wireless.
Herr Captain, we have just received this message from headquarters. It has been decoded this instant.
Let me have it. Keep away from base number 4. It has been destroyed by U.S. Navy. Their operative Bradley found Secret Harbor. This is a fine piece of bad news. We were due to refuel there in 2 days. Who is this Bradley?
Probably some spy. Well, he did a good job.
I wouldn't be surprised if that Thorson sold us out. Why our people would trust that sort of person, I will never know.
No. That was not the reason. Read the rest of the message.
Believe Captain Schwartz, crew of U-boat number 93, and Thorson all lost in encounter with Navy patrol. You must take every precaution. We'll try to refuel you from tanker. Stand by for more. I guess Thorson was not responsible for the loss of our number 4 base. But we will miss it.
Ja, Herr Captain.
We do not have the fuel enough to get home.
We have only enough for 3 days.
And they tell us to stand by for additional orders. Have you informed them of our fuel condition?
Ja, Herr Captain. But we will probably make contact with the supply tanker within that time.
We must. Enter.
Herr Lieutenant, here's the message we are ordered to wait for.
Sehr gut, that's all. Herr Captain.
You read it, Herr Lieutenant.
Well, this is very important.
Well, read it. What are you waiting for?
Proceed to regular lane of traffic, bound for the east through Panama Canal. Intercept SS Albatross. We have agent aboard who will signal you in code M. There is also passenger James Bradley, known as Jungle Jim Bradley. He is grave threat to our cause. Must be destroyed. Sink ship and arrange for no survivors except our agent.
Well?
That is all, Herr Captain.
That is all? You dunderhead, is it not enough? All we have to do is find the ship, sink it with no survivors but one, pick him up, then get away with just 3 days' fuel supply.
Heil Hitler, Herr Captain.
Ja, Heil Hitler. And I suppose with such hot air you can run my engines. Don't talk like a parrot.
We have been promised more fuel.
I can't run on promises either. Do you think we can ever refuel after sinking a ship so near the canal? The American Navy patrol is not run by complete fools.
Herr Captain, I must warn you, this conversation will be entered in my report.
I hope we both live that long. Get about your duties. We must find the Albatross.
After Jim's encounter with Hacker O'Neill and his wife, He stayed far away from any possible contact with either of them. But the following evening at dusk, as he was walking on deck, a voice came out of the shadowy corner of a passageway.
Mr. Bradley.
Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Bradley. I've been looking for you all day.
Now, isn't that strange? I've been trying to keep out of your way all day.
Oh, please, I must talk to you just for a minute.
Now, look, lady. I'm on this voyage for a rest. I don't want any trouble, and suppose you just go your way and leave me strictly alone.
Oh, but you don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do. I let myself be dragged into your affairs once, and what happened?
Oh.
Innocent bystander, got a smack on the nose, and did the lady thank the hero? Yeah. Now, please go away and leave me be.
Oh, but I'm in trouble.
I'm awfully sorry, but that's no affair of mine.
Yes, it is. Everyone on this ship is in the same trouble.
Why don't you report this, whatever it is, to the captain? I don't even want to hear it.
That's just what I can't do. They would wireless the story. And while we are all doomed now, that would only hasten it.
What are you talking about?
Well, you listen to me, and please believe me. We may only have a few minutes.
Well, go ahead. I'll be a sucker just once more.
The man you rescued me from is my husband.
Well, I gathered as much. What's that got to do with the ship being doomed?
He's an enemy spy.
And what are you?
I'm an American, and a woman who's been given an awful break in marriage. You see, I loved him.
Well?
He's even used me as a cover for some of his slimy tricks. For a time, my pride made me close my eyes to some of the things that were going on. But I can't bear it any longer.
Well, what about the story?
He came aboard to follow you.
What? Why me?
Well, you have plenty of enemies you probably don't even know, since you broke up that ring that was operating that sub-base on Thorson's Island.
Say, how do you know about that?
My husband told me.
Can't figure out how that story could be known by anyone but our naval authorities.
Well, lots of others know it, too. And this ship is to be sunk before we reach Panama, just to get you out of the way. And there are to be no survivors except Hacker O'Neill. He's even planning to let me go down with the ship.
How does he figure on sinking us? Has he planted a bomb?
Nothing so crude. No, there's a sub, either trailing us or waiting in our path. And he's going to signal them.
When did you find this out?
Only this morning.
You should have reported this to the captain.
I couldn't. He'd wireless for help, and that might bring the sub before it would bring help. Oh, I didn't know what to do. I've been nearly crazy. You've got to stop him.
Well, I've got a sneaking notion that we could persuade the captain to send the kind of message that would bring help, if there's still time for it, and not give out our intentions to the enemy.
I was worrying about giving away our position. I think our only chance is to slip by the sub while we're blacked out at night, never giving Hacker O'Neill a chance to reveal our exact position.
Small chance of that. What with modern listening apparatus, we can be detected miles away from the sub long before he can make a visual signal.
Oh.
I still think our best defense would be to have a Navy patrol boat along as an escort. Then it's too late. Should have arranged for that this morning.
Well, if you didn't avoid me like the plague all day, we might have had one alongside right now.
Now, you can't blame me for trying to keep out of trouble, can you?
No, I suppose you have your side of the story, too. But we're not getting anywhere talking about what might have been. Do you agree that it's your job and not that of the ship's officers to try to stop Hacker now?
Well, maybe it would be better if it could be done that way. But all I could do then is turn him over to the captain, prefer charges, and have him put in the brig.
Shh.
What?
Quiet. This could be him. That's him.
Yes, I could tell by the black eye.
Why, we should have killed him.
What would you have done to me?
Oh, for that, nothing.
Well, I didn't, and there he is. I wonder what he's up to.
I don't know exactly, but it's not good, no matter what it is.
Let's get closer to him.
No, I wouldn't be caught with you for anything. He'd kill me as sure as shooting, and you be careful, too. He's always armed, and he can shoot fast and straight.
Well, we'll just have to see that he doesn't have time enough to start shooting. Suppose you go downstairs, then, and leave this part of the affair to me to handle just as best I can.
All right, but be careful. Don't take any chances. He's a killer. Goodbye. I'll never be able to thank you enough for believing me.
Oh, that's all right. You go right to your cabin and wait there for me.
Good luck.
Thanks.
The enemy submarine is laying in wait for the ship bearing Jungle Jim and the spy, Hacker O'Neill.
Hey, Lieutenant, we have just picked up another vessel on the listening beam. Seems like a big one this time and coming closer.
Let me have those earphones.
Yeah.
That is a large ship. Twin screw. She's traveling fast. You better give her captain my compliments and invite him down to listen.
Ja, Herr Leutnant.
What is our depth?
15 meters.
Up ship to 4 meters.
Ja, Herr Leutnant. To 4 meters. Well, Herr Leutnant, what have you found?
It must be the one, Herr Captain. Heavy engines and 2 propellers.
Let me listen. What is our depth?
15 meters. I've ordered ship up to 4.
Sehr gut.
Depth 4 meters.
Periscope.
Ja, Herr Captain.
Now, let me see. It is almost night. Just a little twilight on the horizon. The ship is coming toward us. Speed about 16 knots. 2 stacks. About 12,000 tons.
Must be the one, Herr Captain.
We can't be sure without the signal.
Shall I prepare torpedo tubes?
Yeah, make ready.
Man forward, port tubes.
Man forward, port tubes. Forward, port tubes ready, Herr Leutnant.
There is a signal in code M. Yeah. He didn't finish it.
What?
But take the range anyway, Herr Leutnant. 1,500 meters. Deflection 16. Sight 25.
1,500 meters. Deflection 16. Sights 25.
Why don't he finish that signal?
We can't wait. Release.
Fire!
What can that guy be doing looking out in the darkness? He hasn't moved for half an hour now. Maybe the whole story is a plant of some kind. No, wait a minute. He's got a flashlight. Now he's starting to signal.
Hey! Hey, you stop that, you!
Stop it, I said.
You fool. Let go of me.
Who are you trying to signal to out there?
Me? Signal? Why, you're crazy, mister.
Don't try to kid me. You were flashing a light from a blacked-out ship. That's a signal in my language.
Oh, that. I always carry a flashlight with me. You must have done it unconsciously.
Well, you can give that explanation to the captain. I'm sure he'll be very much interested.
Sure, I'd be glad to tell him about it. See you in his cabin in a few minutes. I must go back to my stateroom for a moment.
Oh, no. No, you're going to the captain right now. With me, understand? And without your gun, see? Feel much safer with it in my pocket. Stick your hands up. Till I see if you have another one.
You're a pretty smart guy, Bradley. But your days of being smart are over.
Jim doesn't realize that a torpedo is heading straight for the waterline of the SS Albatross. Can they escape it? Don't miss the next exciting episode in the adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, for a very special announcement by Jungle Jim Bradley himself. Listen closely.
Avenge Pearl Harbor, Manila, and Wake Island. Here is how you can do your part to strike a vigorous blow at our treacherous enemies. Join the campaign to buy a bomber. To have a part in this stirring effort for your country, put your contributions, no matter how large or small, in an envelope and mail it at once to the Buy a Bomber Fund, in care of the Sunday newspaper that brings you your Comic Weekly. Join the hundreds of thousands of patriotic citizens who have started a flood of dimes and dollars to buy a bomber and avenge Pearl Harbor, Manila, and Wake Island. Do your bit today. Remember, an average of only a few dimes from each reader will raise the $300,000 necessary to buy a bomber for Uncle Sam. Now remember, send your contributions, large or small, to the Buy a Bomber Fund, in care of your Sunday newspaper that brings you the Comic Weekly.